All right, thank you. Please, order in the hearing room, please. Members, questions for Ms. Collins? All right, hearing and seeing none. Chair calls Chris Davis, and then on deck, Dorothy Ann Compton.
Thank you, Senator Birdwell. Members, Chris Davis on behalf of the Texas Association of Elections Administrators, testifying on Senate Bill 7, on Senate Bill 1018, and on Senate Bill 1234. I'll try to work backwards. Senate Bill 1234, we have a question about process. We appreciate that there's going to be a need for paper audit trails. 1234, however, moves back that date where it's going to be mandatory about 2.5 years earlier than that similar language in Senate Bill 7, and doesn't mention any funding sources. I know there was previous discussion during a resource testimony about funding sources, and we'd love to pursue that going forward. Senate Bill 1018, there's still the provision of the if done for one must be done for all, and there are definite time constraints as we get closer to Election Day and deadlines. Oftentimes in the application for a ballot by mail, phone numbers and email addresses are not provided. So election administrators, my colleagues, are concerned about that process of how to go forward with Senate Bill 18. With Senate Bill 7, we're really concerned about how this affects our process in administrating elections. In Section 2.04, we wonder if the prohibition on distribution of application by ballot by mail covers the passive posting of same on websites. If it doesn't, then both our offices and the Secretary of State's offices are in violation. Senate Sections 301, 302, and 307 are in regard to poll watchers' newfound ability to record sound and video. And we find this highly problematic for a lot of the reasons stated before, and that it tips the scales perhaps too much toward transparency, ultimate transparency, at the cost of voter privacy. Because it's not just the voting booth where there's privacy concerns. There's the check-in table at the polling place where Social Security numbers and license numbers are provided. There is central count and early voting ballot board privacy concerns. So the ability to record and possibly stream video can de facto make anybody watching that video at the same time a poll watcher, and they haven't been appointed by a candidate, they haven't sworn an oath, they haven't filled out a form. So that's the gist of our concerns about the processes that are affected by some of these bills.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, and tough work that you do. So thank you. Members, questions for Mr. Davis? All right, hearing and seeing none. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, sir.
Chair calls Dorothy Ann Compton, and on deck, Rachel Baker Ford. So, Compton? Oh, there you are.
That's me.
All right, if you would state your name, whom you represent, you have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Sure. My name is Annie Compton, or Dorothy Ann Compton, if I'm in trouble. I'm representing myself, and I'm opposed to SB 7. I am a white, privileged, and rather pushy old woman, and I find the idea of a watcher creepy. Creepy enough during the last election, and now a partisan, and I don't care which party, watcher with more rights and privileges than a poll worker or an election judge? Ugh. Watchers, the only people in the voting arena who have the right to photograph and record us voters. Okay, it's downright intimidating. I will repeat, intimidating. Voters are there to exercise their right to a secret ballot. Video recording, as we well know, can be abused. Individual identity exposed. I don't like this. Who's watching the watchers? What about those new or returning voters who may have hesitations about trusting the system of government that they have the courage to stand up and participate in? The very folks I've encouraged to come on in. Texas was one of the best at being the worst in voter participation. That didn't and doesn't seem right. The terms civic duty, responsibility, participation in the process of governance, they all come to mind. So I put my skinny shoulder to the wheel to help change that. I'm a volunteer deputy registrar. I encourage people to vote. I remind them to change their addresses when they move. I helped sons and daughters of my neighbors to register for the first time, and that is fun. Trying to unwind the process, make it possible, accessible, and welcoming for us citizens. And it's been great to see that voting rate increase. Such a good thing, a demonstration of faith in our system of government, a positive act to vote. But I feel like a sucker, opening the door to participation in our government, getting folks excited about participating in a way that's being undermined by many aspects of SB 7. Stop it. SB 7 is the opposite of welcoming, makes it harder, more confusing, and downright intimidating to vote. So please, fix it or stop it. And thank you all. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you, Ms. Compton. Thank you. Members, questions for Ms. Compton? All right. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, you just, wait a minute. Chair calls Rachel Baker Ford, and on deck, Michael Openshaw. Ms. Ford, you're recognized. Please state your name and whom you represent.
My name is Rachel Baker Ford. I represent myself, my family, and the Garland Democratic Club. I rise in opposition to the House Bill 7. I vote no. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Each and every duly registered voter can achieve the cherished goal of casting a ballot through the time-tested path, following the rule of law and thereby preserving the cherished democracy. Personally, I have traveled this journey since 1968, casting my first mail-in ballot from my dorm room in Kalamazoo, Michigan. My voting history has followed me through many states, and now since 1985 in Garland, Texas. In the 36 years in precinct 2100 and 2700, I have been a registered voter, casting my ballot in almost every election for which I have been eligible. I have learned the importance of vote to assist others in serving as an election worker for the Dallas County Elections Department. I have benefited by the tireless guidance of experienced judges, my neighbors, my clerking and an alternate judge, and now for the past few years as an election judge and a voter registrar. One of the most important things I learned is the proper and indeed lawful procedure in the voting process for all voters. I enjoy the expression of voters when we honor them with the I voted stickers. Yes, a few times unruly persons, twice in the time I've been serving, we've had problems with an unruly, I'll use a nice term, voter, or come in. The first time I opened up the judge's rule book, I showed it to them, I talked to them, and I said, we need to get this going, can I help? Talked them out of it. The second time, Dallas County Sheriff came in and helped the voter see the light of the way. Oh, goodness, I'm not quite done. Anyway, in heading towards Bill 7 is apparently complicated and to tie notes in the voting system, which has proven to be effective and lawful. Though tedious, it does work. I have seen it work. I have helped it work. I urge you, however, to vote no, to devote your time and talents to streamline the election procedures, laws, and provide free and fair elections to all duly registered citizens. Only then will we have a true patriots anointed with the blessings of freedom and for ourselves and our posterity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. Members, questions of Ms. Ford? Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your time.
Honored to be here. Thank you for your service.
Oh, happy to have given it, ma'am. Happy to have given it. Chair calls Michael Openshaw, and on deck, Pat, is that right? On deck, Pat, okay, they just disappeared on me. Okay, and on deck, Pat Fry. Yeah, it's moving around. Okay. Mr. Openshaw or Michael Openshaw? All right. We understand that the clerk tells me that he may have departed. We will keep the slot open, but if Mr. Openshaw does not arrive, we'll record his ups and downs on respective bills. Chair calls Pat Fry, and then on deck will be Grace Chimney. I hope I'm saying that correctly, Grace. So with that, Ms. Fry. You're recognized. If you state your name, whom you represent.
Okay, I'm Pat Fry, and I'm representing myself. And I am here to speak in favor of SB 7. After hearing some of the concerns, I do believe there may be some things that need to certainly be looked at. However, we do want voting to be easy, but we don't want it to be easy to cheat. And so I was very disappointed in the 2020 general election, that overall the national election, that showed there to be some irregularities that took place, and that there were sworn affidavits that were turned in, and unfortunately those things were dismissed. These poll workers that did sign these affidavits, did have some genuine observations that need to be looked at, and unfortunately it seemed like that was not allowed. But I do hope and trust that it shall be looked into further, and that we will get to the bottom of it. As I said in my earlier testimony, that truth does matter. We have to aim for the truth. And therefore, I am for fair and honest elections. And so I do think that this bill will, in many respects, will allow that honesty to be forthcoming. And I know that it seems kind of a drudge to have to carry on some of these things, but we do want the honesty and true elections to be what are at the top of our democracy. One other thing I wanted to say that, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous.
It's okay, Ms. Fry, it's okay.
Voter suppression, as we have heard said, that disenfranchisement occurs with voter suppression. However, disenfranchisement also comes with ballots and votes that are illegally cast. And so we want to be able to look into to execute an election that will avoid that, so that our results will be true. And just real quick, the poll watchers to be allowed to have the cameras in the central counting would be helpful in central counting. Some were saying that to be watched while they were voting was what they feared, and I don't blame them for that. But in central counting, it would be good to have the cameras.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, questions for Ms. Fry? All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Okay, now it's not moving. Okay. Chair calls Grace Chimney. Grace, where's Grace? Am I saying that remotely close?
Almost.
And then on deck, David Stout. So with that, Grace, if you would, state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick. My name is Grace Humane, and I'm president of the League of Women Voters of Texas, and I'm testifying on behalf of the League in opposition to SB 7. I speak for the League and many members of the League and others across Texas who are unable to be here today because of the pandemic. Can y'all hear me with the mask on? Is that okay?
I can, ma'am, if I may, I can hear you,
But it's better without
it
it?
is not clear, so.
Okay.
Because my hearing aids are connected to my phone, so.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. We'll give you a little bit of extra grace, if we may. So please start again. If you, Madam
Okay.
Clerk, if you'd start the timekeeper again.
I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you,
I
ma'am.
meant to take it off. I'm Grace Humane, president of the League of Women Voters of Texas, testifying on behalf of the League in opposition to SB 7. I speak for the many League members and others across Texas who are unable to appear before you today because of the pandemic. The League is a nonpartisan organization. We never support or oppose political parties or political candidates. Our mission is empowering democracy and empowering voters and defending democracy. SB 7 limits opportunities to vote, makes voting more complicated for many, and creates fear instead of trust in our election process. Regarding vote by mail, which is very popular with all voters of different spectrums, of Democratic, Republican, Libertarian, older voters, and voters with disabilities. SB 7 limits vote by mail, and it requires voters who claim a disability to attach a certificate from a doctor to their application. I think you should ask those doctors if they really want to fill out something like that. Create major confusion on how and who is allowed to provide information on vote-by-mail applications. Can league volunteers offer vote-by-mail applications at voter registration drives, at libraries or post offices? Where can we get those applications? SB 7 limits where and when Texans vote. Forcing large urban counties to provide it used to say equal number, and now it says some kind of equation for voting machines at each polling place will cause long lines at some polling places and force closure at other polling sites. So it doesn't make any sense. It's very unfair to those large urban counties. SB 7 values poll watchers over voters. It is a form of voter intimidation to allow poll watchers free movement and the ability to record or take pictures of voters in polling places. So for us, it creates barriers to voting, especially in urban areas serving Black and Hispanic voters, and also impacts voters with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Thank you. Members, questions of Grace? All right. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us today. Chair calls, I should have used the Honorable Commissioner Stout. If you would, please join us. And on deck, John Van Compernoli. I hope I'm saying that correctly, John. Commissioner, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name, whom you represent. Thank you for joining us.
Senator Birdwell. My name is David Stout. I am El Paso County Commissioner. I represent Precinct 2, and I'm here on behalf of El Paso County and myself. Just want to thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony on the committee substitute for Senate Bill 7. Because it creates new barriers to voting, we must oppose the bill. The bill limits the distribution of mail-in ballot applications. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, El Paso County sent applications to voters that are over age 65. And we provided a drop box at our elections office. The pandemic required action to protect the health of vulnerable El Pasoans who might otherwise be putting themselves at risk while voting. We also had express curbside voting and extended voting hours, all reasonable, popular responses to a public health crisis that SB 7 would now prohibit. While we appreciate the committee substitute extends the allowable voting hours from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., we would prefer maximum discretion to accommodate voters. Requiring voters to provide a doctor's note to request a mail-in ballot will certainly depress applications, if not to serve as a de facto elimination of vote by mail. People who cannot vote in person due to illness will have to essentially ask their doctor's permission to vote. Moreover, it's inappropriate for elections administrators to inquire into voters' private health information. Our elections department takes very seriously maintaining the integrity of our voter rolls. SB 7's imposition of fines and penalties for alleged registration violations needlessly threatens administrators and may lead to voters being wrongly purged. We oppose limits on accepting elections administration grants. The state should have no role in telling local governments what grants they can and cannot accept to serve their constituents. While we certainly accommodate appointed poll watchers, importantly, their activities are limited. For example, poll watchers are specifically prohibited from conversing with voters or election officers except to call attention to a perceived irregularity. But this bill requires elections officers to give poll watchers unconstrained free movement in a polling site under penalty of criminal prosecution. Just think better balance is needed to ensure elections officers can maintain orderly operation at the polling site. And I heard the alarm. My time's done. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you all today.
Commissioner, thank you for being here. Senators, any questions for Commissioner Stout? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you. I urge you to please vote against the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair calls John Van Compernel. I saw you out in the hall. There you go. Come on down, and we're going to be looking for James Perry, Dylan Aguilera, Christopher De La Torre, and Corisha Rogers, Bill Thorson coming up. Welcome.
Thank you. My name's John Van Compernel. I'm here to vote in support of Senate Bill 7.
And where are you from, Mr. Carpenter?
Mineola.
That's what I was thinking. Go ahead. Thanks. Go ahead.
I do a great deal of speaking around East Texas in an endeavor to encourage people to get involved with their local government, with their state government, with the idea that we're a self-governing people. And we have to be involved. And when I hear the testimony here about this bill being voter suppression, that's not my experience with people I talk to. I suspect that we have a low turnout in Texas because of apathy, pure and simple apathy. And getting involved is a way to find your place in this system. So that's what I do. But I find apathy more than I find any form of suppression. The next thing is to say that people don't go to vote because it kind of goes in line with the apathy. This bill should be protecting my vote when I cast it in terms of it being a valid vote that's not offset by an invalid vote, wherever that comes from. They should not be, I agree, anything in the government should not impede my right in any way, shape, or form. But if I choose not to exercise that right, that is apathy. To say I'm going to mail out a ballot or a ballot application to everybody in the state is a way of telling me I have to exercise that right. I don't know that that's the government's position. If it is, then I'd like to see encouraging me to speak, encouraging me to buy a gun, encouraging me to vote, encouraging me to get a lawyer. I don't get any of that encouragement. I realize I'm over the time, but thank you very much, and please pass this bill and restore the great majority of people's confidence in our elections.
Mr. Montgomery, thank you for being here, for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witness? Thank you very much. The chair calls James Perry. James Perry. Mr. Perry, come on down, and we'll be looking for Dylan Aguilera, Christopher De La Torre, Carisha Rogers, Bill Thorson. Mr. Perry, welcome back.
Glad to be back. I'm glad you called me next because I've got a 5-hour drive.
All right. And even though we know, tell us your name and give us your
My name
testimony.
is James Perry. I'm representing COS, and I'm also representing myself. I've been listening to the testimony all day about various subjects, but about this election integrity, I want to remind you people that are sitting up there, this election integrity is for you. It's not for the people out here that are playing the race card, the sex card, all the different cards that they're saying is being suppressed. What we are experiencing in this country, not just this state, is a rampant ability for people to cheat. And they're taking advantage of it. It doesn't matter whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. Your opponent may be a cheater. And if you don't pass this law, and all of the rest of them, I sat through every one of them today, and they're all favorable. If you don't pass this law, you're opening yourself up to be replaced by someone that is dishonest. We can't afford that as citizens of Texas. We need you to do your job. It's not going to be too hard to make people vote. It's not going to make it harder for a black person to vote than a white person to vote or a brown person. It's going to make it responsible voting to where each person is allowed to do their civic duty, whether they choose to or not. Mail-in ballots, that's ridiculous. I understand people that are of age can use that. That's a good thing. You didn't bother that. What it does matter is when somebody is 25 years old and has no problem going out all the time saying that they can't get down to vote. If it's important to them, they will. Thank you very much. God bless you all, and I really appreciate the opportunity to support this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Senators, any questions for Mr. Perry? Thank you for being here. Chair calls Dylan Aguilera. Dylan Aguilera. Is Dylan here? Okay, the chair calls Christopher Delatorre. I know we had a conversation earlier. Mr. Delatorre is around here somewhere. Christopher Delatorre. Okay, the chair calls Carisha Rogers. Carisha Rogers. All right, Carisha, come on down. And as Carisha, as you prefer to testify, let me make an announcement. Of course, the names we're calling are of people who have registered to testify on these bills, on, for, or against. That registration is taking place just outside the room. So at 7 o'clock, we're going to close registration. Now, we want to be clear. Everyone who's registered and wants to testify can, and we're going to stay here as long as it takes, but we're going to close that registration. So if you're in the Capitol thinking about it or nearby, you have till 7 o'clock to register to testify, and then we'll stay as long as we need to get all those witnesses. So thank you for your patience. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
All right. Good evening, guys. My name is Carisha Rogers. I am 27. I'm with Texas Rising. I'm also a Houston, Texas voter. And here's my story. I'm here because the current bill up for vote is going to cause bigger problems than what I think our legislation who proposed this have foreseen. It is already hard enough in our state to vote, and passing this legislation will make it even harder to do so. The entire point of our democratic voting process is to be easier and more accessible to our fellow Texans. I'm sitting here at times hoping this isn't some kind of brownie point response to a disastrous management of our power grid, but at the same time, I do have faith in our legislators. While voting in Harris County during the previous election, it was an excellent opportunity to vote by drive-through, especially during the pandemic's peak time with multiple lockdowns across the state. It was also my little brother's first time using his First Amendment right to his fullest by drive-through voting with me as well. It was a fast, very safe, and efficient method, and I wish it could be used more often because of how safe it was. I had COVID in the summer, and it was a very painful experience, and I definitely wouldn't want anyone else to catch this. So having the ability to have drive-through voting was as safe as anyone can get. And also, while I had family who used 24-hour voting to get to there before they went on in the graveyard shifts, it was extremely helpful to be able to practice that First Amendment right. It seems a good bit of this bill is targeting the hardworking people of Harris County who have made voting more accessible, and I can't stand for it. We have already put in the work in Houston to avoid the legal battle to invalidate those drive-through voting, so now I'm here at the Texas Capitol to encourage you to vote against SB 7 to continue to have more accessibility to practice our First Amendment rights. We should protect these hardworking people who have to count the ballots without disruption for poll watchers. And I care about the people of my state, and I wish that you guys could see the same, that we all need more accessible voting. Thank you.
Ms. Rogers, thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witness? Thank you for being here. The chair calls Bill Thorson. Bill Thorson, and we're also going to be getting ready for Stacy Matson, Lisa Nilsson, Robert L. Green, and David Weinberg, and also Nina Perales. Did Mr. Thorson, Bill Thorson, make it? Okay, the chair calls Stacy Matson. Stacy Matson. Take your time. Don't rush. Stacy Matson. How about Lisa Nilsson? Lisa Nilsson. Chair calls Robert Green. I know Bob's testified on a couple of bills. Is Robert Green here? Okay, the chair calls David Weinberg from the Brennan Center. Mr. Weinberg, come on down. After Mr. Weinberg, we're looking for Nina Perales, and we'll have a few more names after that. Mr. Weinberg, welcome. Get situated there and introduce yourself. Tell us who you represent and give us your testimony.
Will do. Good evening, Chairman Hughes and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you here today. My name is David Weinberg, and I am a voting rights advisor for the Brennan Center for Justice, which you mentioned earlier in your comments. In my very brief time here today, I will try to make a couple points. One is just an overarching thought about where are we with election security in Texas. We heard an analogy earlier ago about maybe voting fraud is like how many people speed in Hays County. I think that's a fairly ridiculous analogy. No judgment passed upon any human being in this room. I would imagine maybe some people have gotten a speeding ticket in their life, a moving violation. I doubt there are 5 or 10 or 20 people in this room who have committed voter fraud. And I would also like to, don't take my word for it. I want to quote Keith Ingram, who testified in the House Elections Committee about last year's election. And he said, I quote, "In spite of all the circumstances, Texas had an election that was smooth and secure. Texans can be justifiably proud of the hard work and creativity shown by local county elections officials." That was the testimony of Keith Ingram for the House Elections Committee. My time is probably already running out. Not a lot of folks have talked about Senate Bill 1113. Which would punish counties that don't purge voters quickly enough. First of all, that seems like, by taking away funds, that seems like a counterintuitive idea that someone's not doing their job well enough, so what we're going to do is starve them of funding. That sounds counterintuitive. It's also problematic because Texas has had a problem with voter purges, both in 2012 when we purged living Texans from the rolls who we presume to be dead, and also in 2019 when we purged citizens from the rolls who we presume to be non-citizens. So I would please urge you to take a hard look at that bill as well. One last thing, Chairman, because you did mention my organization, I'll share with your staff as soon as I can, a report that the Brennan Center did entitled "The False Narrative of Vote-by-Mail Fraud." Mail ballots are essential for holding a safe election amid COVID-19, and security concerns can be easily addressed. So I'm going to share that report with your staff and your office as soon as I can.
Well, please do. Thank you for that. Senators, any questions? Ms. Weinberg, thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Bill Thorson. Written? Yes, we'll get that from you in just a moment. Thanks, Ms. Prowse. Yes, thank you very much. And we'll take that written testimony right over here. Thanks. Ms. Prowse, Ella, how are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Good. Good to have you. Please introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Good evening. Nina Perales, Vice President of Litigation for MALDEF, testifying against Senate Bills 7, 1340, 1235, and 1114. The committee also is receiving my written testimony. SB 7's provisions related to voters who use assist doors violate Section 208 of the Federal Voting Rights Act. Under SB 7, assist doors must reveal the reason the voter needs assistance, which invades voter privacy. Poll watchers are empowered to peer into cars in which voters are receiving assistance. And poll watchers can even record, like on a video camera or a phone, a voter who is receiving assistance while the voter marks the ballot inside the voting station. Only voters who receive assistance are singled out in this way by these provisions. Most limited English proficient voters in Texas are Latino. Many use assist doors to vote and will be intimidated and deterred from voting by having poll watchers record them and stand close to them while they vote. SB 7's language empowering poll watchers to roam freely in the polling place, get close to voters, and record activities generally will increase intimidation of Latino voters who are the historical targets of vigilante activity at the polls in Texas. SB 7 will make polling places less orderly and less secure and roll back voter protections in Texas. Senate Bills 1114, 1340, and 1235 do not adopt the settlement agreement in the voter purge case. Unfortunately, as written, the bills codify the voter purge that was halted by the federal court in a lawsuit brought by MALDEF. Chairman Hughes, your earlier comments reflect the understanding that Texas may only act on information that shows a person registered to vote first, then indicated to DPS that he or she is not a U.S. citizen. That sequence of events is critical, but none of the bills as written pending before the committee today include that legal requirement. I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you for your testimony. And so that we have all the record correct, I want to make sure I'm clear. And thank you for your testimony. We have, we show you as registered against 1340 and against 1325. And it may be a technical problem, but maybe based on your testimony, could we also show you against Senate Bill 7 and against Senate Bill 1114?
Yes, please.
Very good. That's what you said. I just want to make sure we have it right in the minutes. And Senators, any questions for Ms. Perales? Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Still looking for Bill Thorson and for Lisa Nilsson. Bob Green, Robert L. Green. Chase Bearden. I thought I saw him too. We'll give him some. How about Stephen Price? Is Mr. Price? Mr. Price, come on. Oh, right in front of me. There he is. I'm used to. So many folks in the Capitol community that we're used to seeing in the halls, and we haven't been because none of us have been here. None of us have been in the cafeteria. So
I think so.
Ms. Bearden, it's good to see you.
Barely seen.
I've barely seen it behind all these layers.
I should have had you get the governor's podium so I could sit behind that. Not be so tall.
No. We're glad you're here. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony. Take your time.
My name is Chase Bearden. I'm with the Coalition of Texans with Disabilities. Appreciate this time to speak. First of all, Chairman, on SB 7, we are currently still opposing against the bill. We appreciate the work you've done already and your staff. I think we'd like to sit down a lot more on some of these disability issues, especially the one around needing to provide proof from a doctor. I know for many of our people, as we're trying to get people signed up and registered, especially for a mail-in ballot as it gets closer to an election, you're running into the problem of timing. There are very few doctor's offices now that will do any kind of disability verification without you making an appointment and going in and paying for it or going in. That creates a pretty big issue for many of our members. And also that's going to be a yearly thing you're having to do now for voting, something we're not asking others. So this will have some negative effects. A lot of the things earlier that Jeff Miller spoke about with DRTX, we still want to have some discussions with y'all on. From there, I'm going to jump over to Senator Zaffarini's SB 1018. We are for the bill, and I'll tell you why. When it comes to signature verification, it's an issue our members have dealt with already. We've had a few of them where their ballots, they found out 10 days later that their vote didn't count. And when we talk about integrity within the system, that also has to mean integrity from the state and the verification boards looking at those. And when we talk about that, we got to find a way to cure the process. We're not saying do away with those boards or having these signatures looked at. What we want is that a legal vote, as Senator Hall in his opening remarks said, to count. And if we have 2,000 votes or more every election being pulled out due to signatures, we have to find a way to go around that and fix that. I'll end with this. I can tell you, I know earlier the Secretary of State's office did make mention of pending litigation in this area. If we passed this bill and we found a curing process, I can tell you, I guarantee that litigation would disappear. Securing our ballots, making sure they count, and saving the state money. So please vote to move that bill forward. Thank y'all so much, and if you have any questions, we're here for you.
Spirit, thank you, and thanks for your input, not just on this bill. We've worked together a long time, and we'll continue to work on the stuff we talked about to get it right. Thank you for that. And Senators, any questions for Mr. Bearden? Thank you very much. Oh, Senator Zaffarini, go ahead.
It just seems to me that this witness should work with the other witness, Mr. Miller, who also made some very good suggestions regarding people with disabilities, and maybe together we could develop some good amendments.
I agree, and
Good idea.
Senator, we'd love to sit down with you specifically to work those out.
Or with the authors of the bill.
Yes.
Very good, very good. Thank you.
Thank you all.
And the chair now calls Stephen Price. Mr. Price, take your time. And while Mr. Price is getting ready, we're going to ask James Slattery to be getting prepared to testify. Also, Chad Ennis, Ruchi Gupta, Representative Glenn Maxey, Kathy Jaster, Marcia Strickler, Sam Brannon. So if you heard your name, kind of get close, if you will, and we'll look forward to that. And Ms. Price, thanks for your patience. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
My name is Stephen Price, United States Army. I am against the bill. I am the vice chair for the Texas Democratic Party Veterans Affairs Committee. I'm also the founder of the Voices of Our Veterans out of San Antonio, Texas. Page 5, section 205 refers to Social Security and veterans. There's a piece in there, and mind you, start off with election and integrity. There's a piece in there that requires veterans to sign up for a medical letter that most of us already have. I'm 100% disabled. My license plates on my car are blue, the blue thing in my car. I register that thing every other year. There's a note that comes from my doctor that goes along with that. So Senator Birdwell understood that that the requirement for a veteran to go and authenticate his disability, I think it's a shame, Mr. Chairman, that you would put that in there. I'm asking that you take it out. I'm asking that you take the SSGI, the Social Security piece out. The letter would be good enough, but for you to ask me an integrity question about voting when really it's our soldiers, our American soldiers, that gave their lives for the vote and the right to vote, and all the people in this room the right to vote. I think where is the sacred trust that we were promised? A Gold Star family member, a World War II father passed away, 9/11 soldier in the back. Are we going to ask Brian? Are we going to ask the senator to sign up? I sure as hell hope not. And I waited all day. I was about to leave. But I thought, you know what, no, I'm not going to leave because I'm not going to leave my soldiers behind. I'm asking you. Senator Zaffarini, Senator Powell, Senator Campbell, my dear friend, please, take that out of there.
We're glad you didn't leave. Thank you for testifying. Senators, any questions? We may have questions for you. Hold tight. I think Colonel Bardwell has a question.
Just more. I got to visit with Mr. Price a little bit earlier. Veterans tend to recognize the respective accoutrements, the air assault badge, the Joint Meritorious Unit citation, the Signal Corps.
Yes, sir.
So I'd love to work with you, Mr. Chairman, see if we can address the things. I do have to provide, like for my tax abatements, we do have to provide the various things that certify, and every few years we've had to do that. But I absolutely understand because, in fact, Mr. Chairman, when I returned back to Texas, I actually had, while it's not a voting item, because my fingerprints are not what they were when I originally came into service in 1984. My fingerprints are different because of my burn scars. When I was fingerprinted for my CHL, I had to have a statement that showed why my fingerprints were different, my disability rating, and the scars that the VA had certified that I had. So there is a requirement necessary for things that are that make a veteran's physical appearance different, but we should do it one time. Mr. Price, thank you for the time that you gave me today. Thank you for your service, and I look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Senator Powell has a question for you. Just a moment. Senator Powell.
Mr. Price, thank you so much for your testimony this evening. I agree with you totally that that this is an unnecessary step, and that our precious veterans, especially those who are disabled, shouldn't have to go through this to vote.
Amen.
You know, one of the things that I would ask you, and I have a little experience with this because I helped my dad with his health care at the Veterans Hospital, and I helped my 90-year-old veteran uncle with his care. And every time that we needed something from the Veterans Hospital, like a letter or something to like this is requesting, it took months sometimes. Is that your experience?
Yes, ma'am. It is. It's getting better. The system's getting better. There's an electronic system now, Mr. Chair, that allows us to get in there, e-benefits, and get those letters. It's not as difficult as it is, but where the redundancy lies is that my license plates, my driver's license, everything that I have to do has already been questioned. To be questioned by my government is just out of line, you guys. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And I can guarantee you, I'm not here. I'm standing here alone. But there's a lot of veterans. That's why I'm here. There's a bunch of us. It's not going to go down too well.
Well, and that particular part of the bill is fairly narrow in the healthcare providers' proof that they will accept. In your treatment, do you often see a nurse practitioner, for instance?
Yes.
Would not be listed there.
Sometimes it's a PA versus a real doc. That's correct.
And one of the other things that concerns me about it is there are so many of our veterans who come home with post-traumatic stress.
Yes, ma'am.
And their treatment comes largely from a psychologist or a mental health practitioner. Those folks are not on the list. Would you agree that maybe that's...
I have PTSD, ma'am. That's why I'm taking this so personally. I've also got cancer from Agent Orange in Panama.
Thank you. We're grateful for your service, and we're grateful for your testimony this evening.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks for your testimony. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Senator Powell, take a look at page 7 of the bill. I don't think it's all that confusing, but to your point, those if we have been certified as disabled by the Department of Veterans Affairs, it's not necessary to get a doctor. Documentation from Social Security or Veterans Affairs qualifies. But again, we'll make sure we get the details right. So there's no requirement that a disabled veteran go to a doctor and get that. It's the certification from the VA is already in the bill. It's very clear, but we'll make sure it's clear. But it's right there on page 7, line 2. Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony and for all that you do. Chair calls James Slattery. And after Mr. Slattery, we're going to be looking for Sam Brannon, Marcia Strickler, Kathy Jaster, Representative Glenn Maxey, Jonah Gleason, Ruchi Gupta, Chad Ennis, Jonathan Parker. Slattery, welcome. And you've done this before, but introduce yourself and tell us who you represent and give us your testimony.
Sure. I also have written copies.
Very good. We'll get that from you. Thank you.
Oh, I have some more. Yeah. And A little bit more.
We're ready for you.
Sure. I think there's one last packet up in my seat, if you don't mind.
Oh, very good. No, you go get that. That's
Yes.
fine. That's fine.
This one is also for the committee.
Well, very good. Okay. Go ahead.
My name is James Slattery with the Texas Civil Rights Project, and I am testifying against SB 7, SB 1114, SB 1235, and SB 1340. These bills, many of their provisions would discriminate against people of color and people with disabilities. Just to name a few of those provisions, in SB 7, the end of extended voting hours and drive-through voting would have a disparate impact on people of color, as the charts attached to my written testimony for SB 7 show in more detail. The requirement in SB 7 that voters with disabilities prove that they have a right to vote by mail would also, in its very nature, discriminate against voters with disabilities by applying a proof requirement not imposed on other voters. The new countywide voting formula in SB 7, in the committee substitute for SB 7, would have a disparate impact on people of color by closing polling places in neighborhoods predominantly non-white and redistributing them into neighborhoods that are white. The purge processes listed in SB 1114, SB 1235, and SB 1340, the proof of citizenship requirement in 1340, and the purge processes in 1114 and 1235 would themselves have a disparate impact on naturalized citizens, who are predominantly people of color. SB 7's expansion of power for poll watchers to allow them to videotape voters based on the history of voter intimidation and poll watcher abuse in the state of Texas, I think we can pretty much guarantee will be weaponized against people of color in particular. Those are just some top-line problems in these bills. There are a number of serious glitches and worse in SB 7. The purge processes in 1114 and 1235 are more flawed than just the disparate impact. And I would welcome questions on any of those topics. I noticed the bell going off on my time, and I can't leave without noting in good conscience that this hearing began with the chair promising that every Texan's voice would be heard at this hearing. And we heard a lot of invited testimony this morning on those bills from a set of witnesses who are overwhelmingly white. And now a rule has been imposed to shorten to 2 minutes the testimony on all 12 election bills, which are roughly 100 pages in length. The witnesses who are here are far more diverse than the invited witnesses who spoke at length this morning, who now get another chance to speak as public testifiers. And many of the witnesses who are the more diverse group here will be pointing out to you the diverse impact of these bills on their communities. I also could not help but notice, and I think everyone in the audience noticed, the disrespectful treatment provided to the African-American senator who who was here this morning while he was trying to ask questions, which was the day after a House Elections Committee hearing was shut down, so that way a group of white legislators did not have to hear from an African-American representative on how that bill would affect their community. So with that, again, I would welcome questions given especially the time limitations on the diverse impact, on the disparate impact of this bill, along with the flaws and problems that I noted on the other bills. With that, I stand for questions.
Ms. Slattery, thank you. Senators, any questions? Senator Zaffarini.
Thank you, Mr. Slattery. First, let me thank you for your written testimony in addition to your oral testimony. This is really excellent, and I wish more people did to me, this would be a template for how people should deal with timed testimony. You have a page per bill that you oppose, and you have specific suggestions. This is excellent.
Thank you.
And all the members will see this. But in your oral testimony, as well as in your written testimony, you mentioned a number of provisions in these bills that will have a disparate racial or ethnic impact. Could you highlight some of those provisions in those bills?
Yes, so if you look at the written testimony for SB 7, the analysis, thank you, that we included on how the end of extended hours voting and drive-through voting would affect people of color in Texas. What we did is we took, well, not we, TargetSmart, working with them, took the list of people who voted, who used these options, and compared them to the demographics of early voters in Harris County as a whole. So chart 1 is the modeling of the demographics of the population in general that voted early. You can see that that population was, I think that's 62% Caucasian, 20% Hispanic, 14% African American, 4% Asian. That's the early voting population in Harris County as a whole. When you compare that to chart 2, which is the estimated demographics of just the people that used extended hours voting, which SB 7 would eliminate, you can see a clear racial and ethnic impact. So 36% of the extended hour population was Hispanic, which is much larger than their 20% proportion of the early vote population as a whole, meaning that this form of voting that SB 7 would get rid of was used more by that population than white voters.
So in effect, what you're saying and showing through these charts is that when you look at early voting, 62% of the voters were white and the rest were people of color.
Yes.
Where if you look at the extended hours, the 62% of whites drops to 44%.
Yes.
And then the rest are people of color.
That's right.
That's quite dramatic. Again, excellent written testimony.
Thank you. If you look at the third chart, which is the population of drive-through voting, which again SB 7 would eliminate, you can see a disparate impact, though smaller this time, with the Hispanic population. They made up 20% of the overall early voting population, but they made up 23% of the drive-through population. But you can see a really dramatic difference in the African American population, which made up only 14% of the total early voting population, but a 22% of the drive-through early voting population. So I think that if I went to law school, so I wouldn't have to do math, but I believe that that's a 50%, or a little bit more than 50% jump from their early voting population.
I'm a writer, not a mathematician, but my math indicates that the people of color went from 38% of the early voting to 56% of the extended hours and 53% of the drive-through.
Yep.
That's amazing. Very dramatic. This will be seen in court, I'm sure.
Obviously, the requiring proof of disability for vote by mail is also a disparate impact because there's no provision in the bill that, say, requires people over the age of 65 to prove that they are over 65 if they vote by mail, nor is there a requirement that people who will be out of the county would have to prove their absence from the county. This is a burden imposed on this one protected group of people. On the countywide voting formula, which is Section 305, it's a very complicated formula tying countywide polling place distribution to the number of voters in state representative districts that in the county. Voters sound neutral until you realize that our voting population continues to be shaped by historic disenfranchisement of people of color going all the way back to the Civil War that we are still working through, and that population is still affected by the structural barriers that they had in the past and continue. So that population, the voting population does not reflect the eligible voter population. The eligible voter population is much more diverse than the voting population because of those historic inequities. And by tying the distribution of countywide polling centers to the voting population, which is a result of that, it will inevitably, and my colleague will testify more on this, Emily Eby, it will have the reasonably foreseeable effect of closing polling places more in communities of color and redistributing them into more homogeneously white neighborhoods. The purge processes in 1114 and 1235, by requiring the use of DPS data, it's like deja vu all over again. We had this happen in 2019 with the purge litigation when this flawed DPS data was used to somehow try to review the voter rolls to see if there were non-citizens on the rolls, which, as a court found, naturally discriminated against naturalized citizens because DPS is not a real-time log of personal information. As I believe you noted earlier today, you only have to update that information once every 6 years. So it's like trying to use a square peg of the DPS data and fitting it into a round hole of reviewing the citizenship of people on the rolls. Now, the fact is, we had the litigation in 2019. The court ruled it was discriminatory. And so to now consider this legislation after a federal court has already said this is racially discriminatory, obviously raises the inference that this is not merely discriminatory, but that it is intentionally discriminatory. And in fact, if you look at the statistics for the naturalized citizen population, which I have.
Where is that? Oh, at the bottom, the last paragraph?
So it's actually part of my testimony for 1114.
Yes, at the last paragraph.
According to census data, over 87% of Texas naturalized citizens are Black or of Latino or Asian origin. So the fact that we know these processes tend to flag naturalized citizens and falsely accuse them of being on the rolls illegally is not just discriminatory, but like we all know it is. And then lastly on the...
Well, before you get off
Yes,
that
ma'am.
subject, if I may, sir, do you have information about the legal agreement that was signed by Texas to settle the 2019 voter purge litigation?
Yes, well,
Is there any way you can relate this testimony to that agreement? Do you have that information? And if not, that's all right. That's why I asked if you knew.
sure. I don't want to speak too much about it without having it closer at hand.
That's fine. That's why I asked if you knew.
But, you know,
No, please continue with your intended statement.
sure. On the videotaping voters piece, I find it astounding that this is in the bill, that partisan poll watchers who are agents of political campaigns on the ballot will have the power to videotape voters. Now, again, that kind of sounds like an obnoxious but neutral power. But the history of Texas is rife with people using lawful procedures at hand and weaponizing them against people of color. Who do we think these poll watchers will, what group of voters will these poll watchers look at and conclude that they are suspicious enough to use a video camera and videotape them on? And there are no protections in the bill to stop that. It is just a power. Go videotape if you want to do that.
Does that conclude your statement, sir?
On the disparate impact, yes. But I do, we were talking about the purge processes, and I did want to point out SB 1235. So part of the purge process here involves the comparison of signatures. So I have a bill here. So it will require SOS to enter into an agreement with DPS to compare this listed information in DPS's databases to the voter rolls. And just as like an example of how not thought through this is, subsection 6 in the new section 18068, subsection A1, subsection 6, would require a comparison of signatures. How on earth are they supposed to compare millions of signatures in an electronic database to the voter registration rolls? And, even if you can do that, which you can't, but if you could, there's no basis in federal law to allow a voter registration to be canceled because a signature, like these kinds of signatures don't match. Based on a driver's license signature, I should say. Not to mention the fact that, as I said, it's not a real-time log of personal information.
On a related subject, do you think it's a problem to use DPS records to determine citizenship?
Yes, because the data, I last went to the driver's license office in 2018, and I don't have to go again until 2024. You only have to interact with DPS once every 6 years, and a lot can happen to you in 6 years, including you become a citizen of the United States, and then you register to vote. There's been this obsession here and in other state capitals, but in many of these bills, to find a way to use DPS data to determine whether people in a completely separate database, maintained by a completely separate agency, used for a completely separate purpose, whether those people are citizens. And every time Texas does that, like it did with the voter purge, it ends in disaster. It wasn't just a disaster the last time for the voters who were accused wrongly of being on the rolls and sent to the Attorney General for an investigation. It cost this state $450,000 in attorney's fees, which, I think we can expect again at a minimum, and given the complexity of these bills, probably a lot more the next time.
Well, thank you, sir. And since I'm the honorary nun in the Texas Senate,
What's that?
Since I'm the honorary nun in the Texas Senate, and I'm the stickler for protocol, I would be remiss if I didn't explain the situation that you saw in effect today. And basically what we do in the Senate is we ask members of the committee to ask questions, and then we invite non-committee members to come in and participate. So Senator West, who was here earlier today, is not a committee member. I assure you that if he were, he would be right here, just like we are.
Yep.
And he would be asking questions just like we are. But he came and dropped by, but he's not a member of the committee. He's very interested in the issue, and I assure you he will be at the forefront of the debate on the floor. But then every senator who presents a bill has the right to invite invited witnesses. And some authors ask for a time limit, some do not. I do. And then we always have a time limit for public testimony, but it's not for the benefit of the members, it's for the benefit of the witnesses, because we have had as many as 400 witnesses register. And what often happens is the first witnesses who testify take all the time in the world, and then the others leave because it's 2 and 3 and 4 in the morning, so they're not heard. So by having these time limits, then everybody can be heard. Now, Senator Hughes is one of the most gracious senators. I have to say he's quite the gentleman. You've never seen me preside. I cut it at 2 minutes. I cut it, and then I don't turn off the beeper. The beeper keeps going. But then I went to Ursuline Academy. I'm the honorary nun. So thank you, Senator Hughes, for being so gracious, and I really felt I had to explain that to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony. Excellent.
If there are no other questions?
Thank you, Senator. Senators, any other questions for the witness? Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Sam Brannon. Sam Brannon. Still looking for Sam Brannon. Chair calls Marcia Strickler. Marcia Strickler. Call Kathy Jaster. Is Kathy Jaster here? Chair calls Representative Glenn Maxey. There he is on the front row. Spoke to him earlier. Representative Maxey, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Glenn Maxey, representing the Texas Democratic Party. I registered for or against or on 8 different bills, so 2 minutes is going to be a challenge, but I'm going to talk about just 2 pieces that I think are extremely important. To follow up on Mr. Slattery's comments about the limitation on voting centers and the number of machines at those voting centers. I believe that the reality of this is not something that is going to make elections more secure, but in effect cause the problems that were related to disparate changing of patterns of voting, in that in trying to put the same number of machines at small polling places that have small turnout versus large communities of interest where lots of people vote, putting the same number of machines is going to disenfranchise voters. And I specifically want to talk about one piece of this. Early voting locations around counties and urban areas are typically larger centers with lots of machines. They're done at convention centers, basketball arenas in 2020, lots of parking, lots of participation. And because of the voting center law, on election day, those places that were early vote centers remain open and are still used as a voting center. So I think reading this bill of having the same number of machines at every polling place, in effect means that you are mandating that all of the super centers, these large voting centers, are now going to be prohibited. So you have 300 machines sitting at NRG Stadium or the American Center in Dallas that were heavily used. Voters believe that they can go there on election day, but they're going to find if they go to that center now, there's only 20 machines, because now every voting center in Dallas has only 20 machines. That's a big challenge, and I think it's a big problematic. And my last question, really, in Senate Bill 1340 on the voter registration bill of Senator Buckingham, I hope you look long and hard at this problem of flipping the effective date of a voter registration instead of 30 days after the postmark to be at the point of time when the election person qualifies that voter. We talked a lot about clerks not doing things in a timely fashion, and almost all those were about removing people from the voting list, non-citizens or deceased persons. There's another problem. Hundreds of thousands of people registered in the last weeks before the deadline. And if we're now saying that they are not eligible to vote until their proof of citizenship, if they don't match, comes in person, we will disenfranchise literally tens of thousands of voters every election in November. So I challenge you to look at that and take it back to a person is eligible to vote based on the date that they register.
Representative Maxey, thank you. Senator Zaffarini.
I have one question. Mr. Maxey, other times when you've testified before the State Affairs Committee, you've come with your counterpart from the Republican Party. And we've even taken the picture of both of you because it was so unusual at the beginning. But today we heard from Republican Party representatives, and I believe you're the first from the Democratic Party. Now, this session, have you not been working with your counterparts on legislation like this?
We have not had as good of opportunity to do so. There is a bill dealing with the primary administration that both the Republican Party of Texas and the Democratic Party are agreed on. It's filed in the House. We're hopeful that it will come over for y'all to take a look at, that we will have joined hands to streamline how we administer primaries. But on these voting things, we have a difference of opinion.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator. Senator, is there any other questions for Representative Maxey? Thanks for your testimony. Chair calls Sophia DiLoretto Chuddy. Sophia DiLoretto Chuddy, welcome back. And we're going to be looking for Lynn Foster, D. Chambliss, Ruchi Gupta, Chad Ennis coming up. Ms. DiLoretto Chuddy, I think I got it right, but I'm afraid to ask. Okay, thank you. I was listening to you earlier. Welcome back.
I'm going to have to apologize because I prepared to speak on 5 different bills.
Sure.
Now I have 2 minutes. So, good evening to you guys. Pleasure to be here with you all. My name is Sophia DiLoretto Chuddy. I am the campaign manager of a nonpartisan nonprofit organization, and I'm here today to testify in opposition to Senate Bills 1112, 1113, 1114, 1340, but especially Senate Bill 7. One of the most telling measurements of determining the health of a democracy is the rate at which an eligible population turns out in elections. It has been my area of study in school and the basis of my career that I have built for myself. Texas had the 7th worst voter turnout rate in the entire United States in 2020. This is in no way something to be proud of. It is shameful. The state should be doing everything it can to ensure that every eligible voter can cast a ballot, but instead some of you want to restrict access. Senate Bill 7, as well as others, is fundamentally unconstitutional, anti-democratic, anti-voter assaults on the right to vote. Right now, our state is facing multiple crises. Why are you pursuing these bills? As Texans, we are suffering still through this pandemic, and we still need answers and accountability from the blackouts that froze millions of us. The threat of voter fraud is theoretical, but the disenfranchisement from these bills is tangible. The only reason there is a lack of confidence in one of the most restrictive voting systems that already exists in this country is because of the lies perpetuated by insecure lawmakers who will stop at nothing to silence the voices of young Black and brown Texans who make up the rising Texas electorate who threaten their power. The fact of the matter is that the impact of the bill is far more important than the intention. Senate Bills 7, 1112, 1113, 1114, 1340 will have disproportionate impacts on young people, people with disabilities, older individuals, and communities of color. We cannot and will not allow Jim Crow tactics to suppress the vote and sneak past the Capitol under the guise of security. I sat in this room today with a bunch of old white men as they crafted their arguments in support of this bill. White men who will never and have never had their rights to vote infringed upon, and yet they are here for the sole purpose of suppressing the vote of people like me and my friends, the people they feel most threatened by. I'm originally from the state of Oregon. Oregon has been using an all vote by mail system since 1988. Oregon does not have voter ID laws. Oregon does not have limits on when ballots can be returned or who can return them. Oregon does not have witness requirements or poll watchers or even polling locations for that matter. In my life so far, I have only ever voted by mail, and this is my final point. Between the years of 2000 and 2019, Oregonians cast approximately 60.9 million ballots in statewide and special elections. In nearly 20 years of voting by mail, there were 38 criminal convictions for voter fraud. Out of those 60.9 million ballots in Oregon elections cast, that amount rates is 0.00006. In June of 2020, the Conservative Heritage Foundation reviewed all voter fraud cases it could find in a 36-year period. Heritage found 1,285 cases of voter fraud out of more than 1.8 billion votes cast in all 50 states between 1982 and 2018. That amounts to a rate of 0.00007. That is 0.00001 off from the vote by mail rate of fraud. I urge you not to vote in support of these bills in your committee. And I want to be a proud Texan, but some of these bills are shameful.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witness? Thank you for being here.
Oh, I forgot. I support your bill, Mrs. Zavarini. I forgot to mention that. I do support Senate Bill 1018. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. The chair calls Laura Presley. Laura Presley, registered to testify on this bill. Dr. Presley here. The chair calls Lynn Foster. The chair calls Dee Chambliss. Dee, all right. Welcome. And after Ms. Chambliss, we're still looking for Ruchi Gupta, Chad Ennis. Ms. Chambliss, welcome. I know how far you drove. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony, please. Welcome.
Well, I've been here for about 48 hours, and I've had 3 hours of sleep. So I'm going to proclaim whatever we're doing here an endurance sport, which I love endurance sports. I'm here. My name is Dee Chambliss, and I'm a member of the Smith County Republican Women's Club. I support this bill. Make no mistake, election integrity is a top priority for all Texans. Before November the 20th, I really believed that Texas led the nation in secure elections, and I was wrong. But more disturbing, going forward, not looking back, but going forward, what's more disturbing is some of the House bills that I've seen filed recently. Electronic voter registration, same-day voter registration, reducing restrictions on mail-in ballots. All of these things appear to me to be things that we're adopting from states that did it wrong, like Georgia, Arizona, Michigan. Some of the lawmakers seem intent on making elections more susceptible to fraud. And I'll tell you, I admire the audacity of those lawmakers that filed such dishonest bills. But at the same time, even though I admire that, I don't like the intent and I don't like the contents of bills that seem to merely mirror what we've already seen go wrong. Confidence in our elections is at risk. Senate Bill 7 gives Texas a chance to shore up our voting process. Yeah, we can make some changes and we can fix some areas that we've learned about during this testimony. I really appreciated hearing the other side of the story. But I'm not in support of certain things. For example, I don't think felons should vote. In the real world, if I did a bad job, I would get fired. So registrars who don't keep their voters list clean should be fired or penalized. Same-day voter registration is outrageous, and I really think we should enforce our laws, tirelessly enforce the laws we already have. Texans are wise to get ahead of the issues. Like I said, this bill's not perfect, but it is a good start. Questions?
Ms. Chambliss, thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witness? Thank you for being here.
You bet. Thank you.
The chair calls Ruchi Gupta.
May I submit my testimony?
Of course, we'll get that from you. Thank you for being here, and we're still going to be looking for Lynn Foster, Chad Ennis, Also Rebecca Hibbs, Jonathan Parker, Jonah Gleason, Alexei Swirsky, and Dennis Burrell. Ms. Gupta, welcome, and please give us your testimony. Thanks.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Senate Committee, and fellow Texans. A brief introduction about myself. I'm Ruchi Gupta, engineering graduate from India, and an MBA from the University of Notre Dame, Indiana, and currently a Master's of Public Policy and Administration at the University of St. Thomas, Houston. I'm here today to represent myself and testify on Bill 598 relating to auditable voting systems that stresses on the importance of a paper audit trail to uphold the security and the integrity of the electoral system. Being able to verify the legitimacy of a ballot is pivotal to ensuring a transparent voting system. However, neither a paper ballot nor a voter verifiable paper trail is sufficient to verify the legitimacy of the vote. It will prove to be insufficient in authenticating the very identity of the voter and therefore the genuineness of the ballot. I propose biometric technology as an additional layer to the paper trail for election audits. We all know that biometric traits like fingerprints, retina, and iris scans are unique for every individual. And therefore, biometric technology will provide a unique proof of identity to the voter. It will reinforce the principle of one person, one vote. It will reduce multiple registrations across precincts and counties. And more importantly, it will decrease multiple voting due to identity impersonation and identity theft. We all know how internet communications are discouraged during election time to safeguard from hacking. I'll take 20 more seconds. And this prevents databases to communicate with each other across precincts, and multiple voting goes unnoticed. Biometrics can easily identify if a person has traveled across a precinct or county to vote again. I urge this committee to recommend investment in a pilot program for biometric technology for the state of Texas. This way, at least by 2024, Texas will be ready with a robust electoral system, and it will be a guiding light for other states across the country. And it will reinforce faith and confidence in the electoral system, which is one of the cornerstones of a thriving democracy. And I thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity to speak with you guys. Thank you.
Mrs. Gupta, thank you for being here, for your testimony. There's been some discussion during the day about what can we do, what else can we do, and thank you for offering constructive information. We want to hear from everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. The senators, any questions for Ms. Gupta? Thank you for this information.
Thank you, guys.
Chair calls Dennis Burrell, Coalition for Texans with Disabilities. There's Dennis. Good to see you. After Mr. Burrell, we're going to be looking for Alexei Swirsky, Jonah Gleason, Lynn Foster, Chad Ennis, Rebecca Hibbs, Jonathan Parker. Mr. Burrell, welcome.
Good evening. Yeah,
we know you, but introduce yourself, tell us who you represent, give us your testimony.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, committee members. I'm Dennis Burrell with the Coalition of Texans with Disabilities in opposition to Senate Bill 7. The Coalition of Texans with Disabilities has been involved in practices regarding Texas elections for a long time. We were on the original HAVA Advisory Council with the Secretary of States. We've worked with Roger Williams, Phil Wilson, Hope Andrade. All of those secretaries of state were all about facilitating increases in the disability vote, making it easier, making it better. Now, I'm not going to repeat everything Jeff Miller and Chase Bearden told you because they identified a lot of things, but I did identify a few other things in this bill that would single out voters with disabilities. First one is the assister forms. We understand, of course, that voters with disabilities are more likely to be in that group that would receive assistance. What you may not know about is oftentimes those are personal attendants. Many of those personal attendants themselves have disabilities. In fact, both the University of Texas and Texas A&M have programs training people with intellectual disabilities to be attendants to those with physical disabilities. Other attendants, a high percentage, are Spanish speakers first. So those increased complicated assister forms will single out them. Second, really briefly, signature verification. The only thing that matters is that those get cured before the vote is actually counted. All other issues regarding signature verification are secondary and far less important. There's also several things in there where people can be reported for criminal prosecution. I'll tell you that, again, can single out people with disabilities. Let's take the example. Somebody who tries to register to vote even though they're ineligible. What if that person is a person with an intellectual or developmental disability or has a visual or other type of sensory impairment that can make it difficult to understand what's going on? There's no recognition that there may be no intent whatsoever to commit any crime, yet they're going to be turned over to the AG. Same thing, we proposed recruiting poll workers with disabilities. If they knock into those watchers, and I'll tell you, adults with disabilities who can serve as poll workers with blindness, autism, spasticity, they knock into you. And they run over your foot with their wheelchairs too. But does that mean they should be turned in for criminal prosecution? I think no. Finally, I'll close by saying this would harm my membership. And just to remind you that whether it's curbside or mail-in or accessible machines, these aren't perks. These aren't playing the disability card, like that previous witness said. These are accommodations to achieve equal access. And that's the lens you need to be looking through. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Burrell, for your testimony. Senator Zaffirini.
Thank you so much. You heard the witnesses who testified before you and addressed the same issues regarding the impact of some of this legislation on persons with disabilities. Do you know them already, or do you want us to connect you with them?
Oh, I'm totally connected with them, Senator. And we've had the opportunity to visit with Drew and Hope on already. We started some conversations.
But I'm talking about Jeff Miller and the other.
Yes,
people.
I know Jeff. And Chase works with
Yes,
me.
and Chase.
So, yeah.
So I think if you could work with them and then try to develop some amendments to address these issues, I think that'd be very helpful.
Yes, ma'am. Be glad to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Alexei Swirsky. Alexei Swirsky. Chair calls Abigail Avila. Abigail Avila. Ms. Avila's still here. While we're looking for her, we'll also call Dr. David Albert. Dr. David Albert. All right, welcome. And then while he's coming down, we're looking for President Gary Bledsoe, NAACP, Ophelia Alonzo, Prerna Bhatt, Artie Bhatt, Dr. David Albert, Raphael Alcocer, Shelby Sterling. So, welcome. Introduce yourself, tell us who you represent, if anyone, and give us your testimony.
Thank you so much. My name is David Albert. I'm a PhD in government and a professor of government at Austin College, where it is literally my job to teach young people about U.S. and Texas democracy, hopefully to inspire them about U.S. and Texas democracy. And I'm also, I should add, a proud constituent of the indomitable Senator Zaffirini. So I appreciate your work today. I'm here to support a bill you haven't heard much about, SB 331, introduced by Senator Johnson early in the day. And I'm here because of Malika Das, a naturalized U.S. citizen. In 2014, she went to vote in Round Rock, and she brought her adult son, Sarab Das, a close friend of mine, as her interpreter. Unfortunately, she was prevented from using her son as an interpreter for the entirely arbitrary reason that she lived in Round Rock and he lived in Williamson County and he lived in Travis County at that point in time. She had some difficulties in voting. It was appealed by a civil rights group, the Organization of Chinese Americans out of Houston, and went through federal courts. and the federal court in Houston and the Fifth Circuit Court ruled in their favor that it was that the law as it had existed, limiting voting to voting interpreters to a registered voter in your county, was illegal under the Voting Rights Act. Unfortunately, Ms. Das didn't live to see this. She passed away from stomach cancer before the ruling. This is a bipartisan bill. That's a very rare phrase to hear in this hearing room today, a bipartisan bill. The House version has a Republican sponsor. It's a bipartisan bill that would put the court order into effect as part of state law. And allow an individual to use the interpreter of their choice. The biggest problem with this bill is with the old law, is that it was harming the Asian American community. We're the ones who have been having the most difficulty with this interpreter issue. And they weren't able to use teenage children or non-citizen friends or their son in the next county. I hope that you will fix this law to make it easier for non-native English-speaking American citizens to vote. Please do this in the memory of Malika Das and for all of those like her who just need a little help sometimes. We could all use a little help from our friends and family in order to be able to vote in this country. So I would really appreciate if you could move forward this bill.
Professor?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was going to thank you, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. It passed through the Senate last time. Many of you were here last time. It passed through the Senate, and basically just they didn't have time to get it to the House floor. So I hope that we can finish this in memory of Ms. Das this time.
Thanks, Professor. It's a good bill. Senate passed last time, and we plan to again, and there's more help over there. Any questions for the professor? Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Alexei Swirsky. Ms. Swirsky. Alexei Swirsky. Chair calls Abigail Avila. Ms. Avila testified earlier, but I know we've got a lot going on. All right, there we go. Welcome back.
Hello again. Good evening, committee members. Again, my name is Abigail Avila, and I live in Alamo, Texas, in the Rio Grande Valley, a 5-hour drive from here. And I'm a student leader with Texas Rising Action, RGV. I'm here today to oppose Senate Bill 7. Voting is fundamental to our democracy and should be free, fair, and accessible for all eligible voters. But SB 7 is an outrageous attack on our democracy and the right of Texans to have their voices heard in our elections. I urge you to consider the effect that SB 7 would have on voter access for all Texans, and especially those in marginalized communities. In the general election, my grandmother drove me, my brother, and my sister to the polls. SB 7 would criminalize my grandmother for driving us to the polls. Additionally, my grandmother is immunocompromised and was very concerned about voting in the middle of a pandemic. My grandma thought she had to choose between risking her health and her safety and exercising her constitutional right to vote. I told her about drive-through voting, and her relief was apparent. My mother, a working woman, the sole income that provides for the roof over our heads, was relieved to have access to extended polling hours because she didn't need to take time off from work to exercise her constitutional right to vote and have her voice heard in our elections. SB 7 would criminalize people like my grandma and exclude people like my mom, and we're just one household in a whole state that already makes it hard enough to vote. It is important to protect the integrity of our elections, but it is wrong to mislead people by suggesting our elections can't be trusted. This is just an excuse to make it harder for millions of eligible voters to participate in our democracy. Senate Bill 7 is an egregious attempt to suppress democracy, and voting in favor of this bad bill is a direct attack on Texans' rights. I urge the committee member to oppose SB 7. Thank you again for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Ms. Avila, thanks for your testimony, and these are important discussions to have, and we always want to hear from folks, and we may not agree on everything. As far as facts go, though, I do want to point out nothing in Senate Bill 7 criminalizes giving people a ride to the polls. Take another look, and we can show you the language, but still, we want to hear your voice, but that's not in Senate Bill 7. So any questions for the witness? And thank you for being here. We appreciate you. Chair calls Gary Bledsoe. President Bledsoe here. Give him a little more time. Ophelia Alonso. Ms. Alonso, there she is. Welcome back.
Hi, y'all. My name is Ophelia Alonso. I am a field coordinator with Texas Rising Action. I've also been a VDR for 6 years now, since 2015, and have encouraged voter participation in my community, the Rio Grande Valley, for the same amount of time. I came in 2019 to testify against Senate Bill 9, and I talked all about why, having these provisions that would make it difficult and scary for people to register to vote were bad. But today I'm going to talk about why the provisions that would remove some of the more accessible things we were able to do in 2020 are bad. As you all know, Texas is a non-voting state. It's really hard to get people out to vote because it's so inaccessible, and especially for a community like mine, it is really hard to be able to say you should go out to vote when it's such a difficult process. And in 2020, it was hard because of the pandemic, but we were able to tell people our counties worked really, really hard to make this as safe as possible for you. Only for me to come back this year and tell them all those things that helped you vote are now gone because a committee decided that maybe we shouldn't make it easier for people to vote. Me personally, I use curbside voting. My siblings use curbside voting. My dad used curbside voting. And the people that I talked to, I really encouraged them to look for what the county was doing for them, because our county, my county, Cameron County, really went all out for us. And it made it so that our voter participation was really great. I saw it happen, and people were very excited to know that their county cared about them. But now how are we supposed to go back to our counties and let them know that all these things are gone? All these things that made it accessible for them to be able to go and vote are gone. It's like telling them, your voter participation was so good that you're getting punished for it. And I don't want to do that. I want to continue encouraging people to go out and vote because it's important and because it's our job to do so. And so I encourage you all to really think about this and oppose Senate Bill 7. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witness? Thank you very much. Gary Bledsoe. Did Mr. Bledsoe make it? All right, I know it's been a long day. Chair calls Jonah Gleason. Jonah Gleason. Called Chad Ennis. It's Chad Ennis. Chad, there you are. Welcome. Introduce yourself to us. Tell us who you represent and give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chad Ennis. I'm a senior fellow for the Election Protection Project at the Texas Public Policy Foundation. Good to be here. I have written down good morning at the top. I'm glad it didn't flip around and become accurate again.
That's right.
So good evening. One thing we've heard a lot today, and I don't want to rehash what we've heard, but one thing we haven't heard, and I'm here in support of 1340, one thing we haven't heard is that accurate voter rolls are not important, or that Texas has accurate voter rolls. So I think starting there is a good spot, and I think 1340 does a good job of fixing our voter rolls. Going back a little bit, Mr. DeVore passed out earlier a nice set of data for you guys. I wish you'd take a look at it. There's a lot of good data in there. But one thing with respect to voter rolls that was in there is deceased voters. 2007 audit from the state auditor showed that we had close to 23,000 deceased voters on our rolls. A subsequent 2020 study showed 36,000 deceased voters on our voter rolls. So this is a pervasive problem. It's there the whole time. And what that allows is, in 2016, 153 deceased voters voted. And in 2018, 136 deceased voters voted. 1340 is a good bill that will help this problem and hopefully get it down to as low as possible. So with that, I'll take any questions from the committee.
Thanks for your testimony. Senator, is there any questions for the witness? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Charlie Bonner. Charlie Bonner. Right. Come on back. Ms. Bonner, welcome back. Just introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you so much. My name is Charlie. My name is Charlie Bonner, and I'm speaking in opposition to SB 7, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I'm speaking in opposition today because I simply believe this bill is just codifying conspiracy theories, because the reality is this is already the hardest state in the country to register in and to vote. And I can tell you firsthand, I've been a volunteer deputy registrar for 7 years now. I've registered hundreds of people to vote, mostly young people. It is a hard process. I've done this in many states, and this is singularly the most difficult place to get that form in and return it to the county office in which you can get them registered to vote. Even as we try to convince more young people to believe in this system, to take part in this, to make their voices heard, that process keeps too many people behind. So I'm particularly concerned about the parts of this bill that criminalize simple mistakes on voter registration forms, because we see them all the time. We see them all the time, and it's not the fault of the voter, it's the fault of the system of government that we have. If we really cared about the security of our elections and our voter rolls, we'd implement automatic voter registration or online voter registration, the safest and securest way to make sure that we can host these elections. But that's not what we're doing here today, right? We're trying to make it harder on people to vote. Why? To me, it seems like a cynical attempt at holding on to power. I can't come up with another explanation. I've read these bills again and again. It's the only thing that I see in them. So I'm asking you today, for this new generation of voters who want to believe in this system, to vote against this bill. This is not what we need to promote the security and safety of our elections. Let's talk about real solutions for that. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witness? And thanks for being here. And obviously, we want to hear from everyone. And as you look at the bills, you ought to take a look at Senate Bill 7. There's nothing in there that criminalizes mistakes on voter registration. The only new crime in Senate Bill 7 is preventing a poll watcher from entering and doing their duty. So make sure we're talking about the same bills. But we're listening to you, and we appreciate your input. Thank you. Chair calls Jonah Gleason. Jonah Gleason. Chair calls Jonathan Parker. Jonathan Parker. Call Stephanie Gomez. Stephanie Gomez with Common Cause. Is Ms. Gomez here? All right, come on down. And we'll also be looking for Mark Stevens, Rosemary Clouston. Mark Stevens, Rosemary Clouston after Ms. Gomez. Welcome. When you get situated, introduce yourself to us and tell us who you represent and give us your testimony.
Realizing I left my written testimony up there, so I'll bring it back when I'm done.
If you need to get it, that's fine. Or you can give it to us later. We'll get it either way. If you need it to present, we're happy to wait.
Not to present.
Okay.
So, hi, my name is Stephanie Gomez. I am here today to register my opposition to Senate Bill 7 on behalf of Common Cause Texas and our over 50,000 members across Texas. So, Senate Bill 7 is an anti-voter bill that was drafted to serve the partisan interests of people currently in power and not the people of Texas. The roots of this bill are directly out of our state's shameful and racist history of voter suppression, and this bill makes it harder for Texans to vote, especially Black Texans, Latinx Texans, Asian Pacific Islander Texans, and other Texans who have disproportionately faced the negative consequences of an oppressive system. They will be unjustly burdened and excluded from our democratic processes because of Senate Bill 7. Senate Bill 7 will create even more restrictive measures in Texas, and a lot of people and myself have already pointed out that it is already the hardest place to cast a ballot in the nation, Texas. The systemic issues in our state's democracy are clear. There are prominent disparities in voter registration, turnout, and democratic participation based on a Texan's income, age, race, language, and disability. SB 7 does not do anything to address these issues. In fact, many of its provisions would only deepen the already overwhelming barriers that Black and brown Texans face by restricting the ability of local efforts to make voting accessible to these communities. It was, in fact, their creative efforts that brought many Texans the safe, convenient options, such as drive-through voting and 24-hour voting, that helped bring Texas to a record turnout in 2020 in the safest and most secure election in our history. And last year's increase is good for our democracy. We should be working to destroy racist, burdensome barriers to democratic participation instead of looking to codify voter intimidation and authoritarian control over local elections. It is disheartening to see our politicians in power openly weaponize our elections and continue to push forward the widely debunked myth of voter fraud that led to a white supremacist insurrection at the United States Capitol on January 6th in order to stay in power, choosing to sacrifice the well-being of our democracy and the people of Texas in the interest of power. I urge you to join me in opposition to Senate Bill 7.
Ms. Gomez, thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witness? Thank you for being here. Chair calls Mark Stevens. Mark Stevens. Chair calls Rosemary Clouston. Is Ms. Clouston here? All right. And we're still looking for Jonah Gleason, then Shelby Sterling, and Jonathan Parker after we hear from Ms. Clouston. Welcome. Please introduce yourself. Tell us who you represent and give us your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Rose Clouston.
I'm sorry.
No worries. Clouston like Houston.
Okay.
And I represent the Texas Democratic Party. I'm the Voter Protection Director and have been in that role since the beginning of last year. In 2020, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of voters across Texas benefited from the secure voting opportunities that SB 7 would close off. And I have not heard a single valid reason for removing these options or a real problem these opportunities created, unless you consider Texans voting and participating in our democracy to be a problem. This bill makes voting more onerous for our most vulnerable. Voters who have disabilities would have to show a doctor's note in order to get a mail-in ballot. Disabled voters would have to schedule and pay for an additional doctor's appointment weeks in advance of the election just to be able to vote. It effectively adds a poll tax and an earlier action deadline for voters with disabilities than other voters in this state. I also want to echo and uplift the comments of the disability rights community that we've heard today about both the doctor's note provision and curbside voting. I'd also like to speak to the poll watcher provisions of SB 7. As someone who is probably most familiar with poll watching in this state in 2020, I managed the Democratic Party's poll watching operation. And although some other entities didn't necessarily train their poll watchers, I assure you the Democratic Party did not credential a poll watcher who was not thoroughly trained. We trained, assigned, and managed hundreds of poll watchers throughout the state. And the poll watcher provisions are solutions in search of a problem. Our poll watchers were able to observe and do their jobs, as were the Republican watchers. The practices Mr. Opiala referred to as abuses were referred to as common sense safety provisions in the rest of the country. Most inappropriate is allowing untrained poll watchers to video record voters while they're voting. The recording would be done when folks are receiving assistance, inherently targeting disabled voters and those with limited English proficiency. I also want to talk about the citizen verification methodology created in SB 1340. It's deeply flawed and will unnecessarily burden new Americans and Texans without DPS IDs. From the voter ID trial, we know that there are over 500,000 registered Texas voters without DPS IDs, and DHS reports that nearly 100,000 Texans became naturalized American citizens in 2019. Those who lack these IDs and would be caught up in these additional onerous procedures to verify their citizenship are disproportionately Black and Hispanic, and this bill would make them not able to register to vote in the same timely manner as other folks in the state.
Ms. Clouston, thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witness? Thank you for being here. Chair calls Jonah Gleason. One more time, Jonah Gleason. Shelby Sterling. Chair calls Shelby Sterling. Come on down. We're also going to be looking again for Jonathan Parker after we hear from Shelby. Good evening.
Good evening. Luckily, I also have afternoon on my sheet. I crossed out morning quite a while ago, but I am Shelby Sterling. I'm with the Texas Public Policy Foundation. Thank you all for staying so late on all of these important bills. I am here to testify in support of SB 1116. Not one of the ones you've heard so much about today, but it's short and to the point, which is what I'm going to try to be in this 2 minutes. Texas should aspire to continue to be open, transparent, and give the people as much information as they possibly can. And that's what SB 1116 does. It's straightforward, to the point, make sure that people get the information that they deserve. What this does is make sure that these individuals get election information, the election results of county, city, and ISD election results. Everything up on the top of the ballot is always in the news. You hear about it, you get the information, you find out very quickly. But for more local election results, you have to dig, and if you're lucky, you may find the information. We should make it more accessible so people don't have to be doing that, or they don't find it at all. So we strongly support SB 1116, and we hope you do too. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witness? Thanks for being here. And the chair calls Jonathan Parker. Jonathan Parker. I want to make sure we give everyone an opportunity. Okay. Okay. And Gary Bledsoe is here. I'm told, I thought he was. There he is. You got past me. Welcome, President. Come on in. You've done this before. Introduce yourself. Tell us who you represent. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, members of the committee. Thank you for staying late. I really appreciate you all doing this today. I apologize. I had to step out. I was involved in a legal seminar, believe it or not. I want to say that I represent the NAACP of the state of Texas. You heard Congressman O'Rourke talk about it earlier. It's been involved in litigation with Texas for many, many years. Sadly, we look at the history of our state. We have been involved in litigation so much with African Americans and Latinos, trying to deny them their opportunity to have full-fledged citizenship and an opportunity to participate equally in the electoral process, whether it was those 5 cases between 1927 and 1953 from Nixon v. Herndon until Terry versus Adams, or whether it's since the passage of the 1965 Civil Voting Rights Act, where in each redistricting effort after that, the state has been found guilty of discriminating against African Americans and Latinos. We look at SB 7 as a bill that is severely discriminatory, not just discriminatory. It will have a number of discriminatory impacts on the African American community. But one thing I want to call out and say to you that I think is of great importance to us is that the provisions in reference to the poll watchers are really troublesome to us. What we have identified for years, and we've even talked to you all about this when we've talked about other voting bills, is that there are so many organizations of poll watchers around the state that end up acting, and I apologize for using such a harsh term, but they act as vigilantes when they come into our communities. They have tried to prevent people from giving water to individuals at polling places. They have walked up this past election refusing to wear a mask, getting very close in proximity to voters and trying to intimidate them. This bill seems to really empower the individuals who are poll watchers and make them greater and more significant than the actual election judges. There are many other issues. I think that sounds like maybe the time, but we're concerned about the mail-in ballot provisions, the criminal prosecution that's intimidating, the delivering of more power to the Attorney General, getting more information to the Attorney General. and we're very concerned about the registration denials and what impact that will have on the African American vote with some kind of unnecessary procedural requirements disqualifying voter applications. So there are many reasons why we think this bill is actually unconstitutional. We think the bill is not just unconstitutional, but that it's just bad policy, and we know what Charles Butts said the other day of HEB, that we should expand voting more and not reduce voting, and I would ask you to have that spirit and to not move forward and adopt SB 7. Thank you.
Ms. Bledsoe, thank you for your testimony. And I want to apologize at the very beginning. I'm not sure if I asked you to state your name, even though I stated it. Go ahead and tell us to make sure it's clear on the record. We know who you are, but tell us your name for the record.
Okay, Gary Bledsoe, the Texas NAACP.
I may not have asked you that at the very beginning. And Senators, any questions for President Bledsoe? Senator Zaffarani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, what are the main reasons that you believe this bill is unconstitutional?
Well, I think there are several. I think number one of the things it does for poll watchers, it gives you such an authority to observe to where you actually read it, where it allows you to look and see how the individual is voting. Because, and I see the senator shaking his head, but it says that you're not allowed to do this, but you're allowed to do it if you think there's fraud that's actually being occurred. You can actually go and you can video or what have you. That's how I look at it. I think it gives them invasive authority. There was an issue in one of the counties this time, Senator, where there was a poll watcher who believed something wrong or suspicious about an election judge. And the election judge went to look at her purse and had it in a certain location. That individual poll watcher was not allowed to go. And so in this bill, they're given unfettered discretion to have roam around the premises. I think that gives a lot of power and latitude. I think that clearly there are FERPA issues. I think the types of information I think that you're required to send, even over the internet, may be somewhat problematic. I think that further the issues in reference to the mail-in ballot and the disparate impact it will have on who's disqualified from not being able to have the mail-in ballot. And I think that one other problem that we have with, for example, the poll watchers is we had an instance where there was a poll watching group out of Houston. They got all the names of all the absentee voters who were African American up in Bowie County. And they actually went and visited each one, tried to find out who helped them, and really intimidated the voters. And see, with all the documentation here of who helps who or what have you, when that comes up, that information is going to be able to be shared with people who may have ill motives, and they can really intimidate voters. So I think that, and I think that it's that some of the requirements are unclear. For example, we heard the discussion about the and so I think that's vague and indefinite in terms of the admonition to a criminal defendant about the consequences. Because if you don't give very clear indication to a criminal defendant that this is the consequence and this is where it is limited, then you may put the individual in a real complicated situation where you'll end up with a Crystal Mason. Crystal Mason said she thought that she was able to vote because she had been paroled. And so that's a legitimate thought. So it depends on if you're going to actually have a warning, it's got to be a clear warning, and you not give discretion, you not allow a variance. You can't put it out there to where you actually allow people to say whatever comes to their mind and say that therefore they look on the record, as some record saying that they got the admonition years ago, but you don't know what was said, and it becomes a fact issue. So I think it's vague, it's indefinite, it's unclear. So I think that's really problematic in terms of that provision because of the lack of specificity. But there are many other provisions in here that I think are going to have a disparate impact when you look at who's actually disqualified. You know, whether it's the idea of whether or not your voter registration application is filled out with enough and sufficient proper detail. I think you're going to find out, just like we did with voter ID, when we chose those 10 or 11 forms of ID that we knew that African Americans and Latinos didn't have. And so I would disagree with the chair in terms of what happened. The courts actually invalidated the Texas voter ID law. It was only salvaged by the fact that we have this this reasonable impediment affidavit that was allowed to be utilized, where voters could actually execute that reasonable impediment affidavit, would give them an ability to vote. But now even that reasonable impediment affidavit is now being weaponized.
And my next question is, could you cite the specific provisions of this bill that you believe would negatively impact voting by people of color?
For sure, Senator. I've got let's see here, let me pull the bill out because I've tried to note them. I think that one thing, we've seen the Attorney General has prosecuted more African Americans and Latinos than any other, far beyond their proportion of the voting population. And the first provision on the notice of unlawful voters of registration, that's section 1.03, it enables, it gives more information to the Attorney General. And I think that's a problem, that the Constitution of the state wants to see the Attorney General be a civil officer, not a criminal officer. But so I think that's one. That starts by giving information on individual voters who might have made a mistake for one reason, an innocent reason. They were not qualified to be registered to vote. But I think that will lead to efforts to go after voters, and then you have headlines when someone's going after voters, and there's headlines with Crystal Mason or the Latino females that were prosecuted up in Tarrant County. So those kind of things really speak eons to the minority community. So I think that's one that is truly problematic. I think that the mail-in application will have a disparate impact because we don't have the same access to computers and technology as do others. So those provisions that allow you to actualize this by using that will not be able to be equally activated or utilized in the different communities. So I think that clearly when we look at that provision, it's going to have that kind of an impact. I think it's going to have an impact on individuals that are disabled. You know, we have individuals, for example, we have blind members, right? And you have blind members, so how are you going to go? You got to go and make a visit to your doctor's office. You got to get a permit. What's going to happen here for you to be able to prove what you need to in order to get that? So I think that's 2.01, voting by mail. I think the provisions here are clearly discriminatory and will have a negative impact on the African American and Latino communities both. The electronic, let's see here, the written documentation from the Social Security Administration. Yeah, I have a real problem, Senator, with some of this information that we know Texas was hacked in 2016 by a foreign entity, and some of the sensitive information that you're asking people to put on the internet is indeed another issue or problem that I think that puts the bill in jeopardy, or at least puts privacy interests of individuals at stake in terms of, well, you need to prove that you're entitled to get this, but then you take a great risk in getting that ballot. So I think that's another issue. I think that another issue is the whole matter with the location or the time that you can actually vote, and limiting the time. Now, there's one thing here I may be wrong on, or may not be clear on, and that is when you limit the time from 7 to 7. There's one issue about the 24 hours that's clearly going to discriminate against working voters, and a disproportionate number of those working voters are going to be black or brown. So I think that's an issue. But I think if you take this literally, I'm sure that if you're in line at 7 o'clock, this bill doesn't mean to stop that. But obviously, I think when you look at when you stop that vote, it's going to have a negative impact on people who hadn't been able to vote, who can no longer vote because now you're not going to be able to have voting at those times of the day and it's going to be the working people that are going to have that problem of all colors, but it's going to have a disproportionate impact on African Americans and Latinos. I think that one of the things that's specifically targeted for African Americans and Latinos that is a particular problem is this issue with the election clerks and the election judges, because they're the ones that are going to suffer the brunt. They're the ones that had the wars with the individuals who happen to be poll watchers. They're the ones that the poll watchers disrespected. They're the ones that the poll watchers attempted to take over their polling places. They're the ones that received the abuse of the poll watchers, and I can guarantee you that when you start looking at actions being taken here, whether we're talking actions being taken here against polling officials and the chilling effect that it'll have on them, it's going to be African American and Latino polling officials. I can guarantee you, I can stand here right now and say that the numbers who get prosecuted there are going to be African Americans and Latinos. It's clearly designed to have a real negative impact on African Americans and Latinos who are election judges and election officials. So I think those are some of the provisions. Senator, I think that it's just that when I go through the bill, I probably missed some, but I think that there are just a number of provisions that
As you continue to go through it, if you'll get back to us and give us your additional written testimony, that would be very helpful.
Oh, for sure, sir. I will put it all in writing.
Thank you. I do have a third question for you, if
sure.
I may. Were you here for the testimony by the representative of the Civil Rights Project? I believe his name was Mr. Slattery.
No, but I've been communicating with him, so I'm not exactly sure what he said.
I would suggest you work with him. They have some very interesting written testimony.
Okay,
It might be
okay, I will do that. I've been working with him on it, but I had to be called out. I was a presenter in a legal seminar. It started at 6:30, and so I had to go outside and do a presentation, so I apologize.
Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Thank you all.
See if there's any other questions. Ms. Bledsoe, thanks for being here. The chair now calls Jose Colon Uvayas, Honorable Molly White, Denise Palacios, Michael Williamson, Isabel Longoria, Joshua Houston, Amber Williams, Maggie Stern. So those folks kind of get close and get ready, and whoever gets here first from that group can testify. That's not really fair, is it? All right. Come on down, man.
Good evening. My name is Joshua Houston. I'm the Advocacy Director at Texas Impact, and we're here in support of Senate Bill 1018, but we're going to spend the bulk of our time talking about Senate Bill 7, which we are respectfully opposed to. Texas Impact is a membership organization for the mainline Protestant, Jewish, and Muslim denominations in the state of Texas. While we support ballot tracking and paper ballot backup provisions, Senate Bill 7 would adversely affect our membership in at least 5 ways. First, the prohibition against the distribution of applications for ballot by mail is vague and overbroad. During the July primaries, the University Presbyterian Church of Austin undertook a project to get all of its members 65 or older to vote by mail. We understand from the exchange with Senator West that this is not the author's intent, but under the language in this bill, when the University Presbyterian Church requested applications from the county's use of staff time, the cost of postage, and the cost to print those applications all constitute the use of public funds that would be prohibited by Senate Bill 7. 2, lost ballots. We had members that just never received their ballot by mail. We object to those members being forced to vote provisionally through no fault of their own. 3, the doctor's note. Many of our members are disabled. So in addition to HIPAA, we have uninsured members that lack access to a doctor. And these doctor's notes are presumably open records that could be used to discriminate based on medical history by employers or insurance companies. 4, signature verification. Signatures change with time. Senator Powell, I hear Dad. I have watched my 98-year-old grandfather's signature change on my birthday card year after year. The signature verification provisions would allow a rejection of this World War II vet's vote based on 20-year-old driver's license data. 5, election judges. Texas Impact recruits and encourages our members to be election judges. The poll watcher provisions severely disempower them from maintaining efficiency and order and expose them to litigation both criminally and civilly for having a disruptive person removed. Additionally, the recording device provisions have no penalty for violating the secrecy of the ballot and can be used to intimidate and can be edited and used in misleading ways. We assert that there is a way to achieve security without reducing access to the ballot. Thank you. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. Members, questions of the witness? Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Is that who's on deck? Okay. Chair calls Jose Uvales. Hope I'm saying that correctly, Jose. And then Molly White is on deck. Mr. Valles, if you would. Am I saying that correctly?
Uvales, but that works.
Yeah, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and whom you represent.
Thank you. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon, senators and committee members. My name is Jose Colon Uvales, and I'm a community organizer activist from Senate District 27 in Brownsville, Texas. I'm here today to oppose Senate Bill 7, which falsely claims to be a voter integrity bill, but is nothing more than another plot by Republicans in the state to silence minority voters. Republicans know that when our communities have access to the polls, they show up in greater numbers. Ignoring the barriers to accessing the polls for minority communities goes beyond whether or not voter registration forms collect data on race and ethnicity, and is a slap in the face of the realities of many working-class people in South Texas. The Rio Grande Valley has a majority Hispanic, Latinx majority population and some of the highest rates of poverty in the country. When a single Latina mother in Brownsville has to work a full-time minimum wage job that starts and ends outside the extended hours of when polls are open, then economic status, race, ethnicity become a factor and barrier as much as proposing to limit voting hours. I've personally gone to high schools in Brownsville as a VDR in Cameron County to register young Tejanos to vote. You would be surprised to know that a majority of these students couldn't even tell you who their local city commissioner is, because civics or voter registration simply isn't being taught or offered to them. The system is failing us in other ways that ultimately lead up to systemic barriers to Black and brown communities in Texas to access their constitutional right to vote. We still have colonias that don't even have running light or water in the great state of Texas. So when people have to struggle for survival, especially during a global pandemic, voting or getting registered to vote is oftentimes not a reality and possibility. Again, I urge you to vote against Senate Bill 7 because any restriction on accessing the polls by citizens in the state is undemocratic and a result of the fact that Republicans simply didn't get their way in the last election. We will continue to fight against bills like SB 7 and HB 6, and we will see anyone who votes in support of these bills at the polls. And before I head out, I just want to make a comment on Chairman Hughes. Unfortunately, I did hear him whisper, "Oh geez," under his breath in the microphone when one of my colleagues was speaking in the microphone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Valles. Chair calls Molly White, and then on deck, Denise Palacios. Molly White. Molly, are you here? Okay. Denise Palacios. Denise, if you would, come join us. And then on deck, Michael Williamson.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. If you hold on a second here, Denise, if you would state your name, whom you represent, and
My
your
name
2
is
minutes. Thank you,
Denise
ma'am.
Palacios, and I live in La Feria, Texas. I'm a 23-year-old campus organizer for Texas Rising Action, and I'm here today following a 5-hour drive from the RGV. I'm tired. I'm tired of the cowardly tactics employed by lawmakers in this very Capitol to suppress the vote of people of color and working class communities. I am tired of our government overreaching and overextending its power to suppress our constitutional rights. I am tired of having to drop everything that I'm doing to make sure that bad bills like SB 7 are not passed in our Capitol. I had the privilege of protecting and presiding over our election last year as an election clerk and as an election judge in 3 different Rio Grande Valley cities. Community members were grateful for the protections that the state was taking to ensure that they could safely cast their ballot in a secure and safe election. Senate Bill 7 strips these protections and creates additional barriers to exercise our constitutional rights. Sir, if you could please get off your phone, I'm here to speak to you. Thank you. Senate Bill 7 specifically bans drive-through voting and large voting centers that facilitate the voting process. Drive-through voting allowed working-class people from my community to vote during their lunch break or in between jobs. It allowed multi-generational families to vote without the fear of infecting their older family members, and allowed people with different abilities to vote without putting their lives at risk. Hundreds of people voted drive-through in Cameron County, and we closely followed the protocols that were issued by the Secretary of State. We ensured that every person cast their ballot safely and securely. After the election, the entire nation watched in surprise as one of the bluest regions in the country became historically competitive. Political science and analysts know that the mark of healthy democracies are competitive elections. And in fact, after highly contested races with uncertain outcomes, politicians are more responsive to us, the voters. Y'all are more likely to spend more money on public services and work harder to fulfill campaign promises. This bill endangers our democracy and impedes everyday Texans from using their God-given rights. Lawmakers love to talk about voting as if it were a privilege and not a constitutional right. And I'm here to remind you that the seat that you are in this precise moment, does not belong to you. It belongs to us, to every single person in this Capitol. We, the people, extended to you the privilege of being able to represent us in the great state of Texas. And your actions here today will have an impact for years to come. This is a racist voter suppression bill. Please do not disrespect us by voting in favor of Senate Bill 7, and do not mess with Texas, because we will not forget. We need to protect the constitutional right of all Americans to be able to cast their ballot in our free and fair elections. I ask you to oppose Senate Bill 7, and I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Members, questions for Ms. Palacios. Did I say that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, questions? All right. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us tonight. Chair calls.
And one last thing, the fact that American citizens have to register to vote is an impediment to voting.
Ma'am, thank you. Chair calls Michael Williamson, and then on deck, Isabel Longoria. Mr. Williamson, if you would, state your name, whom you represent, and again, witnesses, please, when the alarm, the 2-minute time limit expires, please bring your thought to a close. Thank you. Mr. Williamson, you're recognized.
I'm Michael Williamson from Dallas County, and I'm representing myself. And I'm testifying from the perspective of being an election judge. I'm against Senate Bill 7. There are some reasonable provisions in this bill, but my main concerns are with the provisions in Article 3. As an election judge, I am responsible for the orderly operation of my polling location and providing accurate records of the polling process, including the final counts and the ballots. In terms of watchers, which there are many issues, but I'll just address a few. Everyone else has addressed a lot of them. Some of the provisions in SB 7 has potential for untrained poll watchers to disrupt the polling location and intimidate the voters. I'll have 2 examples. If a watcher wants to monitor multiple simultaneously events, like a lot of things are going on and he wants to see them all, it seems like the election judge would need to pause the events that he can't watch because he's busy doing something else. And if the events aren't paused, the election judge could be committing a crime or something because he doesn't allow the poll watcher to see everything. That sounds crazy. Also, a poll watcher could even claim to have bad vision or bad hearing, and he would insist on being extremely close and interfere with the poll workers and the voters by just saying, I got to be really close to you to see or hear what's going on. And the judge can't question the validity of the watcher's claims without committing a crime. Well, there's many more things about watchers, but those are my 2 things that no one else has covered. In terms of record keeping, it seems like the judge must keep a record of which poll workers had possession of particular ballots used in curbside voting. And if he messed up the records, it could be a crime. So please vote against SB 7, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson. Members, questions for Mr. Williamson? Thank you for joining us tonight, sir. Thank you. Chair calls Isabel Longoria, and on deck, Amber Williams. And Isabel, You're recognized. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and whom you represent.
Absolutely. My name is Isabel Longoria, and I'm the Elections Administrator of Harris County, speaking against Senate Bill 7. As the person in charge of running elections in Harris County and as a former Senate staffer, I can tell you that Senate Bill 7 would hurt voters, voting, and voter registration in Harris County. This is how I see the bill. First, an increase of felonies across the board is empty grandstanding to say you're harsh on a crime that doesn't exist. Second, punishing new citizens who wish to register is welcoming people to the American dream and civic duty by assuming they are liars. Third, forbidding elections offices from telling people about mail ballots is one of the more confounding points, prohibiting me from educating voters on their options to access voting. Fourth, requiring proof of disability in order to vote is a shameful attempt to demean voters with disabilities by assuming they are liars. Fifth, preventing voting options like drive-through voting is a micromanagement of local entities and preventing us from providing services that voters have requested and a discriminatory act. And seventh, micromanaging down to the number of voting machines will force an unnecessary Sophie's choice of preserving voting in small churches at the expense of creating long lines across the county. And I do believe I skipped number 6. Forbidding the expansion of voting hours is applying Jim Crow sundown laws to voting. SB 7 is bad for Harris County and bad for Texas voters. We have got to stop changing the rules as a reaction to past election results and start building a system that supports voters and elections wherever the chips may fall. The way I see it, we could do things like online voter registration, grants for cybersecurity investments, in-person mail ballot drop-offs throughout the early vote period, and since we allow the military to vote via email, a pilot to expand email voting as a means of emergency voting. There's so much we can do if we are brave enough to be creative and work together. And with that, I look forward to your questions.
All right. Thank you. Questions for Isabel, members?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Zaffirini, you're recognized.
Thank you, Ms. Longoria. My first question is about your extended hours. If you could tell us how you made the decision to extend those hours, and then who took advantage of that opportunity, and how it differed from regular hours.
Absolutely. So the expansion of hours was one of my ideas, and I'm proud to stand by it. It's something that we did back in July as a pilot, and then in the November elections as well. What we were asking ourselves as we faced a pandemic is, what were some best practices in supporting voters, right, who needed to get out there and vote? And we thought about it temporally. We saw other entities like HEB expanding their hours so people could go vote safely off of peak hours, right, or buying their groceries. And we thought, gee, that's a great idea. So we started implementing that, and I'm proud to say I stayed up for all 24 hours to make sure that it was implemented correctly. And it was. 24-hour voting happened at the 24th hour like it did at the first hour, exactly as the law prescribes. We actually did have shifts. I know that was a question earlier. 4 folks and election judges in case they got tired. Shifts is also something we offer anytime in Harris County for our election judges and clerks. And at midnight, right between 11:30 and midnight, we shut down only for 30 minutes to make sure that we got our daily reporting in as prescribed by the law as well. We followed every single law, and to great effect, we had people coming out in droves. And what we saw most of the time was people from the Port of Houston, first responders, and perhaps medical staff who were interested in voting, especially those medical staff, when they had to get off their shifts, when they knew they could be away from other folks, or at least less folks were voting in those expanded hours so that they could be safer for themselves and for the public. And when we look at that expansion of hours, I'm happy to say that, let me make sure I got you the right number here, of the 10,234 ballots cast between 7 p.m. on October 29th and 7 a.m. on October 30th. And if you add that with the other days, well, we expanded voting for 3 additional days to 10 p.m., you had 17,425 votes that were cast after 7 p.m. on any one of those 3 days. Wow. And if you look at those votes, 56%, we estimate, were cast by folks who are either Black, Hispanic, or Asian. So expanded hours favored folks who were Black, Hispanic, or Asian as opposed to just overall voting aggregate hours. And I consider that a success to have any voters coming out at any time that they find convenient.
Thank you. My second question is about drive-through voting. And did you consider that successful, and how did it work, and who used that opportunity?
Absolutely. Drive-through voting was another wild success that Harris County shared, I believe, with some other counties here in Texas. That came about, and I'll say drive-through voting is in-person voting. Just like any other in-person voting, the only difference is you get to the polls with wheels instead of feet. That is it. We offer drive-through voting in the July elections, in the November elections, in the December runoff elections, and in the upcoming May elections, which will also be offering expanded hours because it has been such a wild success. And if you look at the 127,000 voters in November 2020 alone, and I'll say for every election we've offered drive-through voting, between 7 and 10% of voters who vote during the early voting period use drive-through voting. So if you look at those in-person drive-through voters, the 127,000 for November, what we get is that 53% of those folks were Black or Hispanic, as compared to, right, when you look at early voting as an aggregate, only 46.4% were Black or Hispanic. So again, we see that our communities that have been struggling over time and our laws that have been trying to support them and what we're doing in Harris County to support people so that the demographics of voting look like Harris County is working when we invest in easy solutions like drive-through voting, expanded hours, and other solutions.
So the impact of Senate Bill 7, if it were to pass, were to prohibit your using the two features that you believe were most successful, drive-through voting and your extended hours.
Yes, Senator. And in such a way that it does it by prohibiting tents, which I will add that when we had some locations that needed extra spots, when we used our stadium, sometimes we had to offer tents as shading for our election workers. So to even prohibit down to the fact that we can't use tents has a wide impact on the kinds of voting that we can do in Harris County.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Powell, you're recognized.
I heard you a couple of times make this comment, and so I just want to ask you to elaborate on it a bit. You said this bill starts with the assumption that people are liars.
Yes, ma'am.
So could you share with me what the thought process is behind that?
Absolutely. Right now, for example, when you request a mail ballot, you fill out an application and you check, one of the different factors. I'm over the age of 65. I perhaps have a disability. I'll be overseas or out of the county for whatever reason. We take you at your word because I believe Texans should be taken at their word. And this bill in several occasions says, no, we want you to go to the doctor's office and prove that not just for, a one-off mail ballot, but if you want to use a mail ballot multiple times in the year, which you are allowed to do, that you've got to go get that doctor's note because we just don't quite trust that if you marked it for that one-off election, it was true, but apparently if you want to use it a couple extra times, then you're a liar. We're also in this bill looking at, or you all are looking at, the fact that if someone shares with us that they are a citizen, perhaps they are being naturalized, and at that naturalization ceremony, they swear in and walk over to the League of Women Voters booth and immediately, register to vote. And we say, from that moment, we respect you and thank you for your commitment to civic duty. But now we're going to have to go through a couple loops, and it's SB 7 and some other bills in combination as well, and saying, well, no, you're going to have to go to DPS and then some others and then more information. And if they had a paper error, then we're going to have to mail you and just assume that you lied, and we're going to cut your voter registration. It's a couple hoops when we can just say, we trust Texans to be honest because we are honest folks, and we trust you to fill out a simple application and one checkbox, and I'll take you at your word on that.
And so those hoops that they're having to jump through as new naturalized citizens are different than the hoops that just everyday Americans have to jump through.
You don't have to prove that you're overseas for me. You don't have to prove that you're part of the military. You don't have to prove right now why you would be out of the county. But apparently your citizenship and your disability is something that we want you to prove extra. That seems to me a difference in the law.
Okay, one last thing. Just for my benefit, I'm hearing the term curbside voting and the term drive-through voting. Are those interchangeable, or are those two different things?
No, ma'am, they are not interchangeable. Okay. Curbside voting is the option offered to folks who are disabled or for any reason believe they cannot safely enter into a poll. For many years, we've been offering that, and it has to happen at every single voting location where voting happens in a county. You offer curbside voting. In Harris County, that means there's a buzzer. You got to put it kind of fairly close to the door where folks can access it. You wheel out your voting machines, people vote, etc. There's no tents, there's no protection.
Would you say that your drive-through voting process lessened that curbside voting in any way, or does it just stay about the same?
No, ma'am, we offered that, and curbside voting, I believe, stayed the same. We can get you those numbers, but in no way did having drive-through voting or in-person drive-through voting as an option for voters impact curbside voting in any way. In fact, we probably had more folks interested in it in keeping themselves safer.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
Members, other questions? Thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you, Isabel. Thank you. Chair calls Amber Williams. Chair calls Amber Williams. Amber, are you with us? All right. Chair calls Maggie Stern. Maggie? All right. And then on deck, okay, I don't have anybody on deck. And then on deck, Bill King. And so, Maggie, if you would state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Maggie Stern. I'm the Youth Civic Education and Engagement Coordinator with Children's Defense Fund Texas, and I'm here to testify against SB 7. Over the last year, the young Texans I have the honor of working with have lived through crisis upon crisis, and they expect their lawmakers to respond, to aid recovery from COVID-19, to finally eliminate racial discrimination, to prevent future climate disasters, to guard against a return to the norm of mass shootings. Instead, what they see here today is an old pattern of suppressing the vote in a state that already has the highest cost of voting in the country. They hear repetitions of the lie that galvanized violent insurrectionists to storm our U.S. Capitol on January 6th. SB 7 is profoundly out of step with what Texans need. We've heard today about restoring confidence in our elections. Well, despite being inundated for months with fear-mongering and lies about the integrity of our elections, 86% of Texans agree that our election management went well in 2020. And the director of the Elections Division validated this confidence earlier this month when he testified that, quote, Texas had an election that was smooth and secure. But what about the confidence of marginalized Texans who are not able to make their voices heard and counted due to racial gerrymandering and state leaders who are unresponsive to their needs? A majority of Texans agree that we need to join dozens of other states and implement online and automatic voter registration as one example of ways that we can increase participation and faith in our democracy. But SB 7 ignores all of this, instead creating new, onerous barriers that target our freedom to vote. SB 7 would require disabled voters to prove that they are disabled before they can vote by mail, a discriminatory barrier particularly concerning in a state where 1 in 4 Texan adults were uninsured even before the pandemic. SB 7 leans further into subjective signature verification, despite knowing that handwriting can vary based on age, disability, and other factors without requiring a ballot curing process. And SB 7 creates arbitrary restrictions on early voting hours that constrain local officials from meeting their community's needs, and that undermine efforts to uplift the voices of essential workers, students, and working-class voters. SB 7 is a bill that responds to record-high levels of voter turnout in a secure election by discouraging and disempowering Texas voters. Young Texans are watching what happens here today. They, along with the rest of us, deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Members, questions for Maggie? All right, hearing and seeing none. Thank you for joining us tonight, Maggie. Chair calls Bill King. Mr. King. All right. Amber Mills. Amber, are you with us? All right. And then on deck would be Joanna Katanok. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, Joanna, but Amber, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Sorry, I'm a bit short, so, okay. I don't know the proper greeting at this time, but hello all. My name is Amber Mills, and I'm representing myself along with Move Texas Action Fund in opposition of Senate Bill 7. I'm here today to oppose some provisions within SB 7 that would put up unnecessary roadblocks for voters requesting an absentee ballot based on a disability and for voters who request assistance in voting. I am not an individual who will be directly affected by the provisions I'm referring to, but as a member of the voting rights community, the voting rights of all matter, and that is precisely why I'm testifying in person today. I'm here because those most negatively impacted by this bill cannot and should not risk their lives to come to the Capitol during a pandemic that has killed 46,000 Texans. Nevertheless, their opposition deserves to be heard. Because of the decision to severely limit virtual testimony, many friends in our community were shut out from fighting against this bill. I would like for you to know a few. Victoria Sandoval, a volunteer deputy registrar, who would have told you that creating fear in everyday people who are bridging the gaps in access to voting will negatively affect our future. Bob Kafka from Rev Up Texas would have told you that he opposes SB 7 because it will simply make mail-in balloting and curbside voting much more difficult for people with disabilities. Alex Burnell, my manager and an advocate who I look up to, would have told you that treating a moment of help as a moment for exploitation rather than a moment of peer-to-peer democracy, regardless of ability, is extremely offensive. Our democracy is dependent on healthy participation. Legislators on both sides should be expanding the right to vote, not restricting it, or increasing the burdens on disabled or older voters. Every barrier or extra step that's added to make the voting process more complex is an action to discourage voters from casting a ballot. Please vote no on SB 7. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amber. Members, questions for Ms. Mills? All right. Thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you, ma'am. Chair calls Joanna Katanak. Am I saying that correctly, Joanna, if you're here? Am I saying that? I'm not saying that correctly, am I? Okay. Well, if you would state your name so I can hear it and I'll be able to pronounce it correctly, and whom you represent. You have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Joanna Katanak, like Cadillac.
Okay.
And I am a proud Dallas County Democrat. I'm a proud constituent of Senate District 23. Royce West's summon to come testify is one you do not ignore and you stay through the whole night for. So I'm speaking today opposed to Senate Bill 7 as an individual, as a volunteer deputy registrar, and as an election judge. What we haven't heard today is a thank you to the tens of thousands of election workers in Texas who successfully got all of you elected. The average age of an election worker in the United States is 61, but 27% are over the age of 71. In Dallas County, an election judge can make as little as $15 an hour, but they could face fines because of these bills that exceed over $2,000. Election workers and judges in the state of Texas take an oath, and I want to quote you that oath, to guard the purity of the election. But a partisan, untrained poll watcher receives no training, and they face no penalties, and they take no oath. Recording by a poll watcher is allowed, but not an election worker who may face verbal assault or physical assault inside of a polling location and would have no video evidence of their own to present in a courtroom proceeding. Also, requiring the same number of machines in a polling location, but not having wording in the bill that requires that the machines work is what I am secretly calling the antiquing ordinance, and it would allow me then to go to Canton and find any machine that I want so long as it's in a polling location. Where are the bills recruiting election workers in the state of Texas right now? In Dallas County, they're very difficult to find, which is why I volunteered during the pandemic to serve in place of an election worker whose health might otherwise be compromised. I faced a day as long as this one to make sure that the election worked, and I did so with integrity. And I want to honor all of those election workers who are doing so at every election cycle.
Thank you, Joanna. Members, questions for Joanna? Thank you for joining us tonight.
If you would allow me, Senator, a point of personal privilege. My children have been watching, and they are not allowed to go to bed until Mommy says, go to bed on camera. And they are using that privilege to annoy my husband right now. So I would like to personally address 2 little boys in Dallas, Texas, and say to them, it is time to go to bed. Mommy is done saving democracy.
Hoo-ah. Well done. Thank you, Joanna. Chair calls Richard McKenzie. And then on deck, Leah Nolan. Mr. McKenzie, Richard? You here, Richard? All right. Leah Nolan, chair calls Leah Nolan. Leah, are you here? All right. Don't see Leah. Chair calls Salvador Espinoza. Salvador, are you here? All right. And then on deck, Joseph Snyder.
Good evening, everyone. Friday nights are pretty good for, it seems like dancing, wiping. maybe doing good for some Texans.
Mr. Espinoza, would you state your name and whom you represent?
Sure thing. Salvador Espinoza, organizer, but representing myself, my former students, because I was also a high school history teacher out in Odessa, Texas, where I'm from, and really all Texans here tonight. So I've got good afternoon here to buenas noches to everyone. I'm here speaking against Senate Bill 7. And this is because I was a high school U.S. history teacher. I'm speaking for my students. I say this, and I taught, and I was a teacher because of my parents. I'm a second-generation immigrant. They came over here in the late 80s with about $80 between the both of them. They don't like it when I share this fact, but it's because they believed in the Texas miracle, the American dream, this idea that you don't have to be born from some rich family to make it. All you have to do is work hard, and you can do this. I've seen the possibility of this dream diminish by the decade in this country for a variety of reasons, but we're talking about voting. And I'm talking about my students and how I think that helps us here. So with them, when I was teaching, I took great pains to make sure that I could teach the stories that I was trying to, our story, the American story, what it means to be Texan, to these Hispanic, white, black kids who are mostly bored in Roughneck Oil Town, good stuff. But how do you teach them the importance of our history, of our story? I always took the approach that all of Texas, all of America, comes from two great traditions. Two traditions, truly. One is just this notion that we all come from a long line of freedom fighters, whether it's the Texas Revolution, whether it's our veterans who fought during World War II, whether it's the people who marched for civil rights and fought for all of our civil rights. But we also come from a negative tradition, one where we believe in this great promise of equality, of liberty, and justice for all, and yet we've never lived up to that promise fully. So what SB 7 is speaking to is where those two traditions meet. Because what I taught to them and how to understand these things is that it's false to think in terms of good and evil of this great tradition and this bad tradition in terms of people, groups, the way we so often do it. The way I spoke to them is that these two traditions, our ability to fight for others that we don't even know, but also this darkly impulse to take back and to not fight for as much, to in fact try to take more than what you deserve or what you need from other people. That in those instances, these two tensions lie at the heart of all of us. To accept the Texas story, to accept being Texan, means to accept that you have these contradictory principles and these systems. So yes, it's Texas seceding from the Union in 1861.
Salvador, would you close your thoughts, please?
I sure can, sorry. That did take a little bit longer than I was expecting. But in truth, what it means is we've got to get a hold of our story again. We've got to see ourselves in each other, and Senate Bill 7 isn't doing that. I know I didn't speak to a lot of great points, but I'm trusting all of the people who made excellent points tonight against it. I believe those, and I believe that the people who would be opposing it, the people trying to pass this bill, perhaps yourselves this evening, I hope not by the end of it, are doing so, yes, are doing so because you've lost sight in seeing ourselves in each other.
Thank you, members.
Yeah.
Thank you, members. Questions? Senator Zaffarini.
I have one question.
Sure.
Sir, are there specific provisions in this bill that you believe would negatively impact voting by people of color?
Absolutely. So For one, it is mail-in voting or mail-in ballots were something that was actually seen to be a little bit effective, anecdotally, from my friends, my family, my students out in Odessa, Texas. This was back in 2018 when I saw them, and this was in 2020. 2020. What we need is something that encourages people who by nature are prone to accept the apathy that's being put into place by our voting culture. So yes, it's hurting the people of Odessa, where the population is about 57% Hispanic, who see an official-looking piece of mail, if it isn't from the IRS, if it isn't from somebody they already deal with it, they throw it away. But this is an opportunity to build a new institution, a new piece of trust, a new bridge into that sacred right that we all fight for, that we all hold so dear, the right to vote. Taking that away, like someone said a little bit earlier, would suddenly create not only unnecessary chaos, like, oh, this was here, I guess it was a one-time thing, I guess it's just going to be on me, and you know what? Maybe I don't feel like it this year. Maybe it's smart to not participate in our politics, because when I do vote, the people who I tried to fight for or who I did vote for, things don't change in my day-to-day life. Mail-in vote, mail-in ballots, greater access to our democracy, an ease of access to a right that can grow into an appreciation. The way I love my country now, that's something that we can create and engender. To not do so would be hurting us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Or thank you, ma'am. Members, any other questions for Salvador? Thank you for joining us tonight, sir. Hooah. Thank you. Chair calls Joseph Schneider, and on deck, Laura Nodolf. Mr. Schneider, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent. Please, you have 2 minutes, and then when the alarm sounds, please bring your thought to a close. You're recognized, Mr. Schneider.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Schneider, and I'm here on my own, representing myself. Pardon me. I am here in opposition to SB 7. Why? Because we are a democracy. We are blessed to be a democracy, and democracy is not passive. Can't survive as passive. We have a participatory democracy. And by the way, I think what all of you on the dais have been doing today, with everybody who's here in the audience all day, this is a great example of participatory democracy. But it really goes to the heart, what's going to tell us whether it's successful or not, is how many people are voting. How many people are participating in voting? I don't believe, and you've heard in detail from many people who have a much closer view of this than I do, but SB 7 does not encourage participation. We need to encourage and facilitate voter participation, and SB 7 does not encourage participation, it discourages participation. Rather than addressing real problems, such as a reasonably proportionate number of working voting machines and drop boxes based on a population, and not square footage or number of counties, SB 7 seems to address hypothetical situations, phantom problems that have not really been, and we did not see in our recent election. As we all know, the most recent election was the most scrutinized in our history. It was challenged, parts of it were challenged at the local level, the state level, federal level, and lost all the way up through the Supreme Court. There is no documentation of such irregularities. So, in the words I've heard many times today, this is a solution in search of a problem. But that's not our problem. Our problem is to get more participation from the electorate.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. Thank you, sir. Members, questions for Mr. Schneider? Thank you for joining us tonight, sir. Chair calls Laura Nodolf. Laura, are you here? All right. Chair calls Emily Eby. And then on deck would be Ishrat Kundawala. Ishrat, did I even remotely get that right? Emily, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Emily Eby. I represent the Texas Civil Rights Project, and would you believe it, I am here in opposition to SB 7. The new provisions of the committee substitute, which allocate polling places, machines, and equipment, would have discriminatory impact and serve no legitimate interest. Although Section 305 is neutrally worded, its discriminatory impact is undeniable. Attached to my written testimony is an analysis of its effect in certain counties. Spoiler alert, this result would be more polling places in predominantly white districts than in districts populated by people of color. This bill takes advantage of continued lower registration rates and historically discriminated against communities of color, which are the direct result of centuries of intentional legal discrimination. The discriminatory effects cannot be attributed to partisan preference, as evidenced by the effect in Travis County, and codifying such a system would be a textbook Voting Rights Act violation. Today I've heard a lot of claims of colorblindness in our voting system. Let me be very clear. It is not colorblind to know that a bill harms people of color more than white people and to vote for it anyway. The details are poorly conceived and serve no legitimate purpose. To efficiently serve voters, election officials must take into account many local factors that the new formulas do not take into account, including voter density, access to transportation, and many others. As written, this bill would ensure that machines and locations are allocated inefficiently. Other technical problems include that the language does not address how to allocate polling places if a state representative district is split between counties, and the formula applied for allocating supplies makes no sense because it only applies to allocating things among districts but not within the same districts. I want to close by responding to a bit of testimony we heard earlier. I can say from supervising hundreds of volunteer attorneys who helped with election protection, and from working with hundreds of young voters at Move Texas and Texas Rising, and from the fact that we are all still here at 9 o'clock at night, Texas does not have an apathy problem with voting. We have a suppression problem. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, questions of Ms. Eby? All right. Thank you for joining us tonight, ma'am. Thank you. Chair calls Ishrat Kundawala. Ishrat, am I even remotely getting that right? Is Ishrat with us? All right. Chair will call Jeffrey Clemens. Jeffrey, are you here? All right. Okay, there, you were behind the TV over there for me, Jeffrey. If you would, you're very accustomed to this. Please state your name and whom you represent. You have 2 minutes, Jeffrey. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all for continuing to give us the time. It's 9 o'clock. I'm late for a date, actually. But my name is Jeffrey Clemens. I'm here on behalf of the Austin College Student Commission, the Houston Tillotson NAACP, and myself. And I first want to start out by talking, a previous speaker mentioned that voters here in the state are not suppressed, but we're simply apathetic. I take particular issue with that because it assumes that it's purely a choice for folks not to involve themselves in our democracy because they don't think that politics involves them. Consider that I am still here. I am young, gay, black, uninsured, and holding down a couple of jobs and have a 15-hour course load. So to say that I'm apathetic about politics is particularly offensive to me and many other people who I know cannot be here tonight because they're actually working or probably doing homework or any of the other things that young people oftentimes have to deal with when balancing whether or not to participate in their democracy. But I am here tonight because I exist at the intersection of so many issues that we're dealing with in our state today, and to repeat that young voters are not apathetic and that they are more often disinformed and disincentivized, which is something that SB 1018 by Senator Zavarini would seek to remedy, but that SB 7 would exacerbate. With SB 7, I am afraid that we are opening up our polling places, which are often college campuses like my own, not to be more secure, but victim to partisan chicanery that will weigh most heavily on voters of color like myself. These poll watchers are not prescribed to undergo any kind of training to watch the polls and are yet given wide discretion in how they execute their rights against voters. Moreover, the constriction of voting hours, as a previous speaker discussed, would adversely impact college students who oftentimes don't have enough to finish their own homework, much less get to the voting booth before 7 p.m. Or get in line. Among the primary reasons why so many young people don't show up to the ballot box or work elections is simply because they have never voted before, because they are afraid of making a mistake, which under this bill they would be potentially incurring penalties for those mistakes. I'm not confident that the things in SB 7 would improve these realities that we face. Rather than making our democracies more restrictive and difficult to navigate for those who have been historically and currently left out of the compact, we should be exploring ways, all the ways that we know to expand it, such as removing these onerous registration barriers through automatic voter registration, implementing universal mail-in ballots, implementing online voter registration, permitting the flexible and extensive voting hours that we saw in places like Houston, and finally opening up more forms of identification. It's still not possible in the state for students to use their student IDs, even though those are verified IDs. So I do believe it is an obligation and expectation of our government from the local level on up to the state here tonight to expand our democracy, ensure voters are not just confident about the security of the election, but the merits of involving themselves in them at all. I hope that the committee will take the feedback that so many have given tonight to produce a more robust, expansive, and inclusive bill that not only ensures the integrity of our elections, but instills a sense of civic responsibility and faith, not just trust, in our government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Members, questions for Jeffrey? Thank you, sir. Thank you
Well,
for
have a great
joining us
night.
tonight. Thank you. Chair calls Claudia Yanez. Claudia, am I saying that correctly? Claudia, okay. Chair calls Dan Wallach. Dan, are you here? All right. Dan, if you would join us. And then David Griggs is on deck. Mr. Wallach, if you would, state your name, whom you represent. And you have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
It's been a long day. Just get my copy out. Okay, so my name is Dan Wallach. I'm a professor at Rice University, and I'm here to speak in favor of SB 598, I believe. Sorry, it's been a long day. I actually last spoke to many of you in 2018 when many of you were on the Texas Select Committee on Election Security, so something like that. And so it's good to see you again. I'm happy to return here today. My testimony today is my own opinion, but I have worked with the nonprofit, nonpartisan group Verified Voting, and they endorse my testimony. So my main message for you here today is that our election systems face credible cyber threats from highly skilled actors, including foreign nation states. And the language in SB 598 takes important steps to address these threats. In particular, we want to ensure that the risk of malware in voting machines or tabulation systems is adequately mitigated by cross-checks against paper ballots. Risk-limiting audits, as discussed in SB 598, are robust tabulation audits designed to efficiently confirm that election outcomes match what a full hand count of those ballots would reveal. RLAs have been widely endorsed by security specialists and election officials. They've been recommended by the American Statistical Association, the Department of Homeland Security, the U.S. Senate Select Intelligence Committee, the U.S. Elections Assistance Commission, and many others. They've been tested or implemented in at least 11 states so far, including 3 states that conducted official RLAs of their 2020 presidential election. My written testimony offers some suggested changes to the wording that might add more flexibility and public transparency without substantially changing the process. My written testimony also offers support for the auditable voting system language in SB 598, and similar language appears in SB 7 and 1234. What that language does is it winds down the use of paperless electronic voting machines, and that's a good thing.
Thank
anyway.
You, Thank you, Mr. Wallach.
I'll stop there.
Oh,
Happy to
okay.
take
I thought you were concluding. I'm sorry.
In fact, I would say thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take
Okay,
questions.
thank you. Members, questions of Mr. Wallach? All right, hearing and seeing none. Thank you for joining us tonight, Professor.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Chair calls David Griggs. And on deck, I don't have an on deck list. Okay. Well, hold on a second. Let me, because we've gone through a cycle, but hold on, Mr. McKenzie. Let me get Mr. Griggs up, and then we'll get the clerk to work it here. So, Mr. Griggs, you have 2 minutes. If you would, state your name, whom you represent.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Birdwell. My name is David Griggs from Dallas, Texas. I'm here to speak against Senate Bill 7. I'm representing the Sierra Club Lone Star chapter tonight. Some of you know me as the political chair, and particularly our democracy program of the Sierra Club. But I'm also representing myself as a former federal civil fraud prosecutor, a part-time adjunct professor of Texas government at Dallas College, and most importantly and relevant for tonight, as a 27-year veteran election judge, an alternate judge in Dallas County. I've checked my memory, and I think I've conducted over 65 elections over the last several years. So I'm happy to answer any questions from a veteran judge on some of this if you're interested. But simply put, Senators, my position is that there is a lot in this bill that's overkill. It attempts to address a laundry list of perceived problems that really don't widely exist in Texas. And to the extent that there may be minor issues that could be addressed by this bill, it seems that it takes a sledgehammer to the ballot box rather than a screwdriver. A couple of points I want to make. One regarding poll watchers. A great majority of our election judges and clerks are really good people who give up their whole day for little pay to make democracy work. Personally, I would never kick out a poll watcher without law enforcement help. I mean, they're there and they have a right to be there. But judges need the authority to maintain control of the vote center, just like a judge would to maintain control of an order in the courtroom. This bill opens the door for a disruptive poll watcher to push the envelope and then criminalizes the simple exercise of authority by the election judge to handle it. And also with regard to I'll be brief, the video provisions of this bill, it allows the poll watcher on their own volition to decide to use a video on their phone to record something. And we tell our voters not to use their cell phones, but yet we're going to give poll watchers the carte blanche to pull out their phones. I mean, what are voters going to think about this? Have you thought about that when they see it? So in conclusion, I just want to say that just because you may have a few complaints about some issues here, it doesn't mean that the problem is widespread. Senate Bill 7 is a misguided solution to a perceived problem that we simply do not have in Texas. And in my opinion, it's bad public policy. I encourage you not to support this bill as written. Thank you.
Mr. Griggs, thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for Mr. Griggs? Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for your time, and thanks for staying so late. We
Thank you for staying late, sir. That chair calls Richard McKenzie. Mr. McKenzie, we got you back in. Our able clerk, we got you back in.
Awesome. You guys are great. Thanks very much. I'd like to thank you all for being here, for your dedication to the cause. This is yay. My name is Richard McKenzie. I live here in Travis County. I'm representing myself. I am just concerned about electronic fraud. We are not really focusing on this, and I think that even if we are absolutely convinced that nothing happened at all in the past elections, we need to be aware of the threat. When we see hacks to the likes of SolarWinds, with sovereign state entities hacked for months and months and months without detection, when we see Capital One being hacked, there are serious interests who are attacking systems that matter and our elections matter. We need to be on top of this. Please, please, the provisions in 598 are awesome. I didn't know about that when I came up here just to testify on Senate Bill 7, because I want to alert you to the importance of this issue. The other thing is the fact that the source code, the DNA from the Diebold systems that underlies all these electronic voting systems counts a total of votes and then assigns a weighting factor of those votes, of that total, to particular candidates, is just a recipe for fraud. You can't, when you count, ask your 5-year-old, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we count by integers, and you add them and they keep going up. That's the way we need to count. We can't have a system that arbitrarily, and who knows how, assigns a weighting factor and creates fractional votes and fractional ownership of some pool of total votes. We can't do it. That's what I got. Other thing, the insecurity of the adjudication process in these systems as well is a tremendous danger. When you can just void ballots or spoil ballots and put tons and tons of ballots into adjudication and nobody monitors how those get adjudicated, that's wrong. That's a recipe for fraud. We have Amazon is now sticking, they're biometric monitoring, camera monitoring, real time, all the time, all their employees everywhere, everything they do, they monitor their hands, how they move and how they, that's the kind of motion, that's the kind of monitoring that we as a society are accepting for people delivering, an order of underwear or something. We've got to, there is no reason that the people who count our votes, that the system that counts our votes isn't on live screen, recorded, saved, video that everybody can see in real time. We need to be transparent in our voting system. That's what I got.
Hey, thank you for your testimony, and I want to make sure so we get the record right. So you're talking about Senate Bill 598. So
yes,
can we show you as for Senate Bill 598?
I am for 598.
Very good.
I just heard it. I didn't know 598 existed until I heard about it on the radio this afternoon. I don't know what the text is, but from what I hear, I like it.
Very good. No, that's good. That's part of this process. Senators, any questions for Mr. McKenzie? Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here.
Thank you all.
Chair calls Claudia Yanez. Claudia Yanez. Is Ms. Yanez here? The chair calls Prerna Bhatt. Prerna Bhatt. How about Artie Bhatt? Call Artie Bhatt. That's B-H-A-T. I believe that's Bhatt. Call Christy Callahan. Chair calls Christy Callahan. The chair calls Vanessa McAfee or McAfee. Vanessa McAfee, M-C-A-F-E-E, Vanessa McAfee. Senator.
I have to point out this is exactly why we have time limits, because if we don't, people leave, they get tired. When we have time limits, more people have the opportunity to address the committee. And unfortunately, the people have other things to do, so they leave. So time limits are really intended to help the witnesses be heard.
Senator, you're right. Thank you for that. The chair calls Carol in East Texas. This might be Wettoyer, but W-E-T-T-E-R-A-U-E-R. I want to find out how far off I was on that. Come on down. And we're also going to be looking after Carol for Rafael Alcocer. So Rafael Alcocer, please be prepared to testify next. And, we want to kind of get your time when you correct my pronunciation. Welcome.
Chairman Hughes, thank you, and senators. My name's Carol Wetterauer.
Oh, Wetterauer. That was my first instinct. Okay. Thank you for being here. You go ahead.
Okay, well, a couple things to say. The first time I voted was 1972. I was 21. It was in the city of Chicago, and I knew the reputation of the actually police at the polls. And it was true. I went in to vote, and I did not vote straight ticket, so it took me a little while. And they started, calling me to come out. And I hope, and, I just let them know I wasn't coming out until I was ready. But I'm worried that's where we're headed. I certainly hope not. But I am here to testify against SB 7. In the 2016 election, I did work with, I'm from Houston, Texas Organizing Committee. I forgot what, TOP?
Texas Organizing Project, was it?
Yes, it was Project.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
And anyway, I helped drive voters to the polls, and I was really surprised at the number of voters, blacks and Hispanic, all ages, that are afraid to go to the polls. Some of them going for the first time, in their middle-aged years, and I was just surprised that that's going on still. That there's reason for them to be afraid. I didn't. It didn't seem to me that it was clear, but now I'm understanding why. But anyway, so I was volunteering to try to get out the vote for this past election in 2020. And I came across a citizen, a Hispanic man, middle-aged. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This will be quick. But, and he was filling out his form to apply to register to vote. He was having trouble reading it, so he was bilingual. I did read over his shoulder and helped him, just by explaining to him. He was able to then fill out the form, and he took it to the post office himself. But I read in the Chronicle, yesterday's Chronicle, that there was a woman who helped in 67 people to fill out their forms. She was charged with 67 felony counts. This was in Mexia, Texas. And then she was also charged with 67 felony counts, for two things: for reportedly acting as an agent, and she was a social worker. And the other 67 counts were for election fraud. Totaling 134 felony counts. And this concerns me because I'm afraid that we're just going overboard, and people are more afraid to go to the polls or to help people register. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Ms. Wetterauer, thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for Ms. Wetterauer? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
The chair calls Rafael Alcocer. Rafael Alcocer, Alcocer. Mr. Alcocer around. The chair calls Ryu Tuo. The last name is Tuo. First name Ruei. And welcome. Come on down. And while you're making your way down, we're also going to be looking for Donald Garner, Frank Holman, William Pumphrey, Gloria Leal, Joanne Gilly, Rose Clouston, and Rafael Alcocer again. Welcome. Please introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ray Tuo. I'm representing myself. I'm a VDVR and an election judge. And I have to say, when I saw SB 7, I was disappointed, because the kind of language and the kind of paranoia and nonsense that this bill is trying to address, it sounds like something that would come from the Chinese Communist Party. I'm serious, I'm not joking. And I know. And that's why Carol and we drove from Houston here, and we sat in that chair for about 12 hours, just to patiently wait for our turn to speak against this SB 7. I should have said that first, but I'm against SB 7, 100%. And I don't need to repeat everything that everybody has so eloquently talked about the issue with this bill. If it's intended to be a solution, it's not a good solution at all. It's only going to create more problem. It's like you have a little splinter in your hand and you try to cut off the whole arm to fix it. That's not solving problem solving. And so I would like to, there's, I think, 3 previous speakers spoke about universal mail-in ballots, which has been very successfully implemented in Oregon for over 20 years. They have ballot tracking, so we can track every single ballot from the minute it leaves the voter until it's counted. Voter gets to spend their time in their own home, the comfort and security of their own home, to mark the ballot, to decide. And so nobody gets intimidated. And on top of that, we save money on all those very expensive voting machines. So it's both logical, economical, and a very secure way to conduct our elections. I would love to see that happen. Probably not this time, but maybe in 2 years. If some senators, Republican or Democrats, doesn't matter, if they can propose a bill like that, I think that would solve, that would be a great solution to solve a lot of election security worries, whether it being a real problem or a paranoia about a very minor problems. Because if you think about it, we have 50 million voters. And last I heard about mail-in ballot frauds, it was in the teens, like in cases in the teens. And most of them were conducted actually by Republican voters voting for their dead mothers. So, you know, and even if they succeeded, it's not going to change the election outcome. So the fact that we're trying to cut off the whole arm by stopping millions.
We want to hear from you, but go ahead and bring it to a close.
I'll speed up.
Okay.
By stopping millions from voting to fix maybe a couple dozen so-called fraudulent votes, that's like cutting off your whole arm because you had a little splinter on your fingers. That's not good problem solving. All right, thank you so much.
No, thank you for your testimony. While you're here, I want to ask you about a housekeeping matter also. We have you here on, against Senate Bill 7, and we have do you know if you registered on the other election bills as well, or do you, I asked?
So I realized I forgot to register for the 1018, Senator Zaffarini's bill. So I went out and I did it again, so that's me too.
Very good, because
I'm gonna, yeah, go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
So I think that's a great idea,
Okay.
great bill. Yeah, thank you. And
oh, sure.
already says speak about it, so I just say yes.
And the reason I ask, I want to make sure we have it right, because on the registration for the other bills, we have your last name spelled T-U-I.
Oh,
But that sounds like that's you on all those bills.
It's me. It's just that it's late and my contact lenses are not working.
I understand. I understand.
Okay.
We're not fussing at you. We just want to make sure we have the record right.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Ms. Toole, thank you for testifying. Senators, any questions for the witness? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
The chair calls Donald Garner, Texas Faith and Freedom Coalition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. It's good to be before you again today. My name is Don Garner. I'm Executive Director of Texas Faith and Freedom Coalition, whose mission is to give people of faith a voice in government. Toward that end, I have the privilege of speaking in support of bills like Senate Bill 7. In the most recent election cycle, Faith and Freedom Coalition distributed voter guides through volunteer canvassers to 5.9 million voters, with over 300,000 of those voter guides being distributed across the state of Texas. And I'll say the level of concern among those we represent regarding election integrity has risen exponentially over the past several months. Having worked in recent election cycles in Texas on recruiting canvassers, poll watchers, and volunteer deputy registrars, I've been inspired by the passion of these folks for the election process itself. I've also seen how disheartened these same people become at discoveries of irregularities and outright cheating, like those earlier described as occurring in Austin. Nothing suppresses voting more than erosion of trust in the election process. Nothing. Some attempt to paint any effort at election reform as voter suppression. They attack practical reforms as a solution looking for a problem. However, to respond to problems related to our election system in Texas only after they have occurred is unacceptable, especially in light of widespread loss of trust among the citizens of Texas. Trust in our election system will return as specificity is brought to the process, and that is precisely what Senate Bill 7 is seeking to accomplish. Texans must be able to trust that our elections are safe, secure, and fair. Senate Bill 7 is a big step in the right direction. To regain the trust of Texans, the gray areas in our voting process need to be clarified relative to voter registration, mail-in ballots, election security, and enforcement. This bill offers common sense proposals in each of these key areas. Please vote for the passage of Senate Bill 7.
Mr. Garner, thanks for your testimony. Senator, if there's any questions for the witness, let me ask, I know that you're representing Faith and Freedom, Texas Faith and Freedom Coalition, and you've talked about your activities. Does your organization have affiliates, chapters in other states as well?
About 25 states. Has been working in national government for quite some time, but begun to focus over the past several years in becoming more active in the state capitals.
We know your focus is Texas. Based on your conversations with your colleagues in other states, would you say they have similar concerns about election security, more or less? How would you characterize that?
Certainly. Among the hundreds of thousands of folks that they represent, they're finding that to be one of their primary concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Garner. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Frank Holman. Frank Holman. The chair calls William Pumphrey. Is William Pumphrey here? Chair calls Gloria Leal. There she is. I couldn't quite see you for the water picture there. Welcome back. No, the water picture up here. Sorry, welcome back.
Okay.
Glad you're here. Introduce yourself again. Tell us who you represent. Give us your testimony.
Yes, sir. My name is Gloria Leal. I'm an attorney consultant here in Austin, Texas. I'm originally from the Rio Grande Valley. I'm a fifth-generation Texan, Tejana, but I live here. I am here today on behalf of the League of United Latin American Citizens, State LULAC. As you know, the State LULAC, or LULAC, is the oldest, largest Hispanic civil rights organization in the state and in the country. It operates through county or district council chapters, and it operates through a myriad of councils in every county. For example, I know that in Travis County, we have about 11, and I'm president of LULAC Council 650. We are your constituents. We vote. My members are not here, so I thought it would be important to be here as a representative of LULAC because, as you saw or heard or did not hear, we're like the only Hispanic organization here today. Malduff was here, but we're the only civil rights organization representing the people. And another reason some of my people cannot be here today is because a lot of us work 9 to 5 and are shift workers or other professions, and they just cannot be here today. But our principle for LULAC is one person, one vote, and we stand by that, and I think it should be everyone's principle, especially one vote that counts. Senator Hughes, you asked earlier, we believe LULAC in fair and open elections. We understand that there may be some processes that need fine-tuning. We just don't feel that this bill contains more processes, necessary processes, than solutions. We will oppose the bill in its totality as it is written now. We oppose the impact that it has on all minorities, on Hispanics, but also on impugning the right of both Republicans, Democrats, rural, urban, the military, veterans, everyone that disabled. My late husband, who was a Republican and disabled and a veteran and had a stroke, probably couldn't qualify under any of these provisions. I am concerned that some of the processes that were expanded or used by urban counties to facilitate the voting public, for example, that as it turns out benefited Hispanics and blacks, for example, in Houston, the expanded hour provisions and the drive-through provisions would benefit statistically our minority population more than others. I am concerned that criminal penalties are expanded for this myriad of purposes, many which could be due to clerical unintentional error, regardless of willful intent. I am concerned that the prosecutions that are now ongoing by the Attorney General seem to be targeting minorities and Hispanics. That's just the way it is. So actually, this bill tries to correct some issues that have facilitated the vote, to get out the vote, and really will stand to suppress the vote. So with that said, Your Honor, we appreciate the opportunity to testify here today, and we will monitor the progress of the bill and y'all's action, and trust me, LULAC members do vote.
Well, that's good. Thank you for your testimony. And when you get a chance, take a look at Senate Bill 7. You won't find criminal penalties for clerical errors. The only new criminal effect of this bill is for blocking a poll watcher. So I understand there's generalizations about a bunch of bills, but respectfully,
I will.
Take a look at it and let me know if I'm missing anything.
certainly will.
And we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you very
Senator,
much.
Members, any questions for Ms. Leal? Thank you for being here. Chair calls Joanne Gill, or Gille. Joanne Gill. Chair calls Rose Clouston, who we heard from earlier. Is Ms. Clouston still here, coming back on this one? Rose Clouston. On this one, I apologize. I thought that was a previous one. I just wanted to show that I had her name properly pronounced. Thank you guys for your patience. Took me a while. The chair calls Elisa Tamayo. And then while Ms. Tamayo is coming, we're going to be looking for Kathy Jaster, for Patricia Zavala, Elizabeth Gallagher, Judah Rice, Darcy Wilbanks, Zenobia Joseph, Laura Nodolf. So, Ms. Tamayo, welcome.
Thank you, finally. Good evening, senators, members. Thank you for listening to Concerned Texans today. My name is Elisa Tamayo, Director of Policy and Governmental Affairs for El Paso's local mental health authority, Emergence Health Network. I'm here to testify in opposition of SB 7. People with serious mental illness are already often discriminated against and left out of numerous programs and benefits, despite their medication side effects and treatments. For example, we currently have over 100 El Pasoans living with mental illness who should qualify for a public transportation reduced fare program intended for people with disabilities. Similar to the language you have on your bill, the reduced fare program requires a letter from a high-level doctor providing evidence of said mental conditions. Despite our own chief medical officer personally signing each of these letters stating the patient's disability, 102 of them right now have been unfairly denied access to reduced fare. If this happens for something as essential as transportation, would SB 7 create another barrier for people with SMI to have access to something as important as the ballot box? People with serious mental illness often receive treatment that might impair their ability to drive, might have a crisis or episode triggered at any moment, for which they should be able to safely request a ballot by mail without fear of stigma, HIPAA violations, or any added hurdles during an already difficult time. As a local mental health authority of El Paso County, we urge you to strike down Section 84.0011C to avoid unintended consequences of discrimination against people with mental disabilities. Adults who suffer from severe and persistent mental illnesses, such as schizophrenia,
major depression, bipolar disorder, PTSD, OCD, anxiety, or other severely disabling mental conditions that require crisis resolution or ongoing and long-term support and treatment should not have to worry about these conditions impeding them from exercising their constitutional duty to vote. I urge you to consider the struggle that people with mental impairments are already going through. As it is, Texas is one of the hardest states to vote in. This bill would only make it more difficult to vote and discourage vulnerable populations from their constitutional duty. Please support a fair process, respecting all mental health parity laws, and consider that true democracies encourage and allow citizen participation and access at all levels and steps of the governmental process. I appreciate your time and commitment to all Texans, regardless of their income, background, race, gender, or medical conditions. Your leadership can mean a better future where everyone can actively participate in our democratic process and feel represented in all spaces where decisions are being made. Gracias.
Mr. Mayo, thanks for your testimony. Let's see if anybody has a question for you. Thank you for being here. Thank you. The chair calls Patricia Zavala. Ms. Zavala, make it. Ms. Zavala, welcome. Welcome back.
Hello, my name is Patricia Zavala, and I'm the Senior Policy Analyst. I'm representing Jolt Action. We're a civic engagement organization that registers young and Latinos and Latinas to vote across the state and mobilizes our people to participate in democracy. I'm here to testify against SB 7, 1340, 1325, 1112, 1113, and 1114. So I had a whole entire testimony prepared today, which I'm passing out to you all. But before I get into my testimony, I just want to point out the irony of this State Affairs Committee hearing that I can't ignore. Today, this committee is hearing dozens of election bills that would create more obstacles in accessing the ballot box and to participating in democracy. And ironically, many people, including our members, faced many obstacles in participating in today's hearing. So that is a hearing reviewing bills about democracy has obstacles. So its anti-democratic bills are being heard in an anti-democratic process. During a global pandemic with over 50,000 Texans dead and more dying, this committee is still requiring people to show up in person to testify. There's no way to submit official testimony online because, with all due respect, Chairman Hughes, you did not open up this hearing for virtual testimony. And for those of you watching online, in order for your testimony to be registered in public record for future litigation, you have to drive all the way to Austin, get on the Wi-Fi, or register on a kiosk. So essentially, people have to risk getting COVID in order to testify. And even though Governor Abbott says COVID is over, many people are still dying. In addition to this, there's no way to really submit written testimony online that would be a part of public record. I tried and couldn't do it. Yeah, you can send emails, but it's not public record. Instead, we have to print out 20 copies of your testimony and provide it to you all. And that may sound reasonable, senators, because those are the rules. But this is yet another obstacle to participating in this process. You have to pay to print the paper to give it to you for it to go on public record. So I really encourage you to rethink this requirement. And this is the year 2021. Everything is virtual, everything's online. Why wouldn't this committee allow for Texans to register public testimony and have it recorded digitally? Our members care a lot about these bills, but we're not able to come to Austin and risk getting COVID and the subsequent costs associated with being sick for weeks. And unfortunately, they can't be here to share their testimonies, which is unfortunate because young Latinos and Latinas in Texas have unique experiences and have a lot to say about the integrity of our elections. So when SB 7 is litigated, witness testimony that was not recorded today because of the obstacles in accessing this hearing will not be part of the record, and their stories will be left out. There are 9 members of this committee, yet at one moment during this testimony, when my colleague James Slattery was testifying and providing members with rigorous data that shows how hundreds of thousands of voters will be disenfranchised by this bill, there were only 3 committee members present. And only Senator Zaffirini and Senator Campbell were the ones actually paying attention. So my question to you is, if the redistricting committee has allowed for virtual testimony and has allowed hundreds of people from across the state to testify, why can't the State Affairs Committee do the same? If the House of Representatives has an online portal to submit public comments for record, why can't the Senate? Chairman Hughes,
I'm listening, go ahead.
based on your comments...
I'm trying to make sure the record is accurate to your point, so go ahead.
Okay.
Thanks.
Based on your comments, I assume that election integrity is of utmost importance to you because you care about our democracy. Am I correct?
Go ahead. You testify, and then we'll go from there.
Participating freely and fairly in a democratic process is important to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have authored this bill. So I ask that you reconsider these rules as you move forward with the upcoming committee hearings throughout the session. It's really important for people across Texas to be able to make sure that their voices are heard, part of public record.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witness? Thank you for being here. Thank you very much. Chair now calls Elizabeth Gallagher. Elizabeth Gallagher. And we're going to be looking after Ms. Gallagher for Judah Rice, Darcy Wilbanks, Zenobia Joseph, Laura Nodolph. So did Elizabeth Gallagher make it? How about Judah Rice? All right. Welcome.
Good evening, Senators. I stand before you tonight after a very long day of waiting, and I just want to echo all of the points made by the previous speaker intensely. I'm here today to testify strongly against Senate Bill 7, and I just want to lay out a few of the reasons why. This bill is, I know that we've heard many times today that this bill may not make it impossible to vote, but it's really hard to make it impossible to vote. However, this legislature over and over again, session after session, has made it increasingly difficult for Texans to exercise their right, their constitutional right to vote. What is it inherently that makes a vote at cast at 7 p.m. preserving the integrity of elections, but that same vote getting cast at 7:01 or 7:02 p.m. suddenly is rife with the potential for fraud? I don't understand that. And I just want to tell a quick story about a time I talked to a voter last fall in Dallas County. This person was immunocompromised. I talked to them over the phone. This is during a campaign. And they wanted to vote at one of the ballot drop boxes with their mail-in ballot that they had requested. However, this is right after the order that had limited the ballot drop boxes to 1 per county. And Dallas County is large, and there's a lot of traffic, and this person had a job and could not make it across the county to vote. Once again, they were immunocompromised, so they were not feeling comfortable walking into a polling place at the height of the pandemic. This person was able to cast their vote at a drive-through polling location. Now, I understand that the bill today would not expressly make that illegal. However, do we want that person to be intimidated and shamed into voting? This right that we all hold so dearly, that's protected by our Constitution. And once again, I know that this does not place full restrictions on anyone voting, but just think about it this way. If you are trying to get to the grocery store and the road is closed, you can walk, but are you going to? And you need to eat to live. And the last thing I'll say is that all of this is in the name of protecting against voter fraud. But voter fraud is virtually non-existent. And I mean, there's plenty of things we can protect against that are uncommon. I mean, it's more likely than voter fraud for you to be struck by a meteorite falling from the sky. So by the logic of this bill, I presume we should be building roofs and shelters over all of ourselves outside? I mean, that seems ridiculous to me. I mean, we can't... the idea that we need to disenfranchise hundreds of thousands of people to protect against basically non-existent voter fraud is just an insult to the people of the state. And I yield my time.
Thank you for your testimony, Senators. Any questions for the witness? Thank you for being here. Chair calls Darcy Wilbanks. Darcy Wilbanks. Did Darcy make it? The chair calls Zenobia Joseph. Zenobia Joseph. All right. Then we're going to be looking for Laura Nodolph after Zenobia Joseph. I think Ms. Nodolph may have had to leave. Welcome. When you get set up, introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. I'm Zenobia Joseph, representing myself. I'm testifying against Senate Bill 7, against Senator Betancourt's bills as well. I think I signed up for 1113, 1114, 1116. Is that what you have, Mr. Chair?
We have you on Senate Bill 7 only, but let's make it. I'm sorry, we have you on Senate Bill 7, Senate Bill 1112, and 1116. Did we get them all?
I think 1114 I signed up against, and I was neutral on 1116.
Okay. That's the expert tells me that's how we have it, so thank you for helping us get it right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just start with the Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits discrimination based on race, color, or national origin. I know you heard a great deal from Gary Bledsoe and a number of the other attorneys that I'm not an attorney, but I do respect their opinion as it relates to disparate impact. And so I would just ask you to recognize that the state actually relies on federal funding, and that as you are relying on that federal funding, you have to comply with Title VI. And so I would just call your attention to the Help America Vote Act, and that the state actually is relying on that as well. And so my comments are specifically related to some of the language here. On page 27, I am a bit disturbed that the enforcement mechanism is specifically related to election judge, election clerk. It would prohibit an individual who actually is an official from being able to hold any of these positions. And I think that's pretty extreme. If I'm not mistaken, I believe a felon who is off paper can actually work during the elections. So that seems like a harsh penalty. I would call your attention on page 1 of the document. I know Senator Zaffarini likes the page numbers. If you'll look at page 1, specifically as it relates to the conviction, felony conviction, I would just ask you to specify off paper and the appellate process in giving that information to the defendant. As it relates specifically to voting by mail, I am asking that where you have specifically on page 4, I'm looking at the information on line 3, which talks about injuring my health. If in fact COVID-19 applies to that, I would ask you to include that as well. Specifically as it relates to the poll watcher, I would just ask you to include specifically 6 feet, as opposed to this language which is overly broad for the poll watcher to have free movement and near enough to see and hear. And so I would say 6 feet. I'm 5'8" or so. It's kind of like a body length apart, and it would also comply with CDC guidelines. And if that's my beeper, I can wrap up. The last thing I'll just mention that I don't think you've heard tonight is the countywide polling places, which is on page 15, and specifically is relying on the total population. And I would just ask, Mr. Chair, specifically to take into consideration the inmates. And so to the extent that you are including those inmates who are still their appellate process, or those that are incarcerated but they still have the right to vote, they would be included in the population, but you would have essentially the same amount of polling places, but you may not actually need them in those counties where you actually have inmates that are not going to be able to go to those sites to vote.
Oh,
Do you have any other questions?
I think I see. Oh, thank you. I think I see what you mean. So then they would be counting toward the numbers, but if they were incarcerated, they wouldn't actually be going to those polling places. Is that the idea?
Yes.
No, I want to follow what you're saying. I think I understand.
Yes, that's exactly right. So if you look on page 14, it talks about on line 19, it specifies total number of voters residing in the county.
Right.
And then when you go to page 15, it specifies each countywide, I'm on lines 9 and 10, each countywide polling place in a county must have approximately the same number of voting machines. So you wouldn't need the approximate same number of voting machines because the people are incarcerated.
I see what you're saying. And let me ask you also, you were helping us get it right. We records also show you against Senate Bill 1112. Is that right?
I think I signed up against, and I wasn't going to speak on that. And as it was neutral, just so Senator Bettencourt knows why I was neutral on his bill, I do think it's a good idea for the counties, the governmental entities to actually post, say, like the school districts, that the election results on their page. I would just ask him to include a web link for the other items that were on that ballot as well. So they can certainly put the governmental entity up front so that it's easier for the voters to find those results. But I would ask him to put the rest of the election results hyperlinked or on that page as well.
Thank you very much. Senators, any questions?
Yes. Oh, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Senator.
Senator Campbell has a question. This may come to what you want to talk about, Senator.
Certainly.
Senator Campbell.
Well, I didn't want to start. Members, I just wanted to say, Zenobia, I've met you before in education, and while we may not always be on the same side, and sometimes in education we were, but you give a great testimony.
Thank you, Dr.
You
Campbell.
go through the bills. You have specific points. You're very poised.
Thank
and
you.
you do a good job. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate it.
That's right. I agree. Senators, any other questions for the witness? Thank you for being here. Thanks for taking your time and
You're welcome.
staying up with
Well,
us.
Mr. Chair, can you just tell the public how long that email address is good for? Is that throughout the entirety of the session, or was that just for these bills?
No, thank you. That email address is anything you want to share with this committee through the whole session. That'll go to all the members. Thank you for asking.
You're
It's
welcome.
important.
I'll put my comments in writing.
Thank you very much. Chair calls Rocio Fierro Perez. Rocio Fierro Perez. And while we're waiting for Ms. Fierro Perez, the chair calls Jessica Mejia. Jessica Mejia. Ma'am? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Chair calls Kenneth Williams. Kenneth Williams. Is that Mr. Williams coming down? All right, take your time. We got you. Mr. Williams, welcome. Get situated there and introduce yourself and tell us who you represent, if anyone, and give us your testimony. Good evening.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to say to the members of the body here, thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity to speak. My name is Kenneth Williams. I am the president of the 820 Democratic Action Club, Fort Worth, Texas. And I am here today to oppose Senate Bill number 7. Now, I know that I have marked on several other proposals. I think it was 1018, 1113, and 1114. But it was not my intention to talk about those, but basically talk about Senate Bill 7. And the reason why I wanted to bring that up, because that would cause a undue hardship for a lot of voters. I listened for at least now 6 hours to everyone talking about the hardship that it would be on some people, and really it would be detrimental as to what we are trying to accomplish, because the election that we just recently had, the general election, and I've been an election judge for over 30 years there in Tarrant County, it went well. And I really didn't have much of a problem, except for the idea of the fact that there were, the early voting dates and the hours, and it really worked out well overall for the people in the community of which I served at that time there in Tarrant County. But one of the other things that I had some issues about was the fact that some people have been talking about election judges and talking about how the judge would have a lot to go and deal with this new proposals that would come up. But then the problem is it's hard to keep judges because we're only making $10 an hour. And some people have decided that, and have to put up with some of the rhetoric with some of the people that come in and vote. Some get mad and want to cause trouble. But I think overall, this position on 7, being that it's like it is, I really do feel that it would be detrimental. And I've been doing this for a long time, and I know I'm kind of fumbling a little bit, but I'm still trying to gather my feet together since I've been back there for a while. But one of the things that that got me started with this a long time ago, when I was about 5 years old, when my dad took me to the first polling place there in the neighborhood where I lived at that time, and I believe it was in Stop 6. And when he took me there, back then they had the old polling sites where they had the curtains and you had to pull the little levers. And I was a little kid, and I was just grabbing on my dad's pretty much kneecap, and I was asking him, what was that all about? He said, well, I wanted to make sure that I wanted you to see this, so when you grow up, you won't be able to have to do the things. He had to count, they had tests that he had to take. He had a literacy test in order to get a chance to vote. And that was nearly over 55 years ago. And so I never forgot that opportunity. So when the chance came for me to become an election judge and work as a poll worker and do the things that were involved in that, it was, that's where I got it from. I see the atrocities that he had to go through, that I don't want to see with this bill that's here would cause a problem down the road.
No, thank you. Thank you for sharing that experience. I'm glad your dad showed you that. And thank you for what you're doing. Let me ask you this: Is it the 820 Club? Because is that the loop around Fort Worth? Is that where 820 comes from?
That is correct.
All right, I thought maybe
the inner
so.
loop and the outer loop.
All right.
Correct.
Senator, there's any questions for Mr. Williams? Senator Powell.
Yes, ma'am.
Kenneth, I don't really have a question. I just want to say thank you for your service. So appreciate the work that you do, both in your organization and with your election judge service. So thank you.
Thank you. I just feel honored to do that because it's an honor to serve the public, because the public may not necessarily realize what they're doing. And what I do when they come in, they got all kind of issues. But we just try to make it as comfortable as we can when they get in, to come in to exercise their right to vote and leave out with hopefully a better outcome and a better, I would say the word, a better personality when they leave from there. That's all we do. That's what I love doing. So I tell you, I'm just in awe of just being here. And I know I passed the time a little bit, so I apologize with that. And again, thank you guys for what you do. So I appreciate it.
Thank you for your patience today.
You're welcome.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
The chair now calls Victoria Crawford. Victoria Crawford. Looking for Victoria Crawford. The chair now calls Laura Nodolf, Nodolf. Miss Nodolf. That's our Midland County District Attorney. I spoke to her earlier, and I think she said she was going to have to leave. One more time for Victoria Crawford.
I remember Courtney. I remember calling Miss Nodolf or whatever. Oh, okay. Headspace and timing, right? Okay, yeah, got it. Okay.
The chair calls Derek Smith. Derek Smith. We're also looking for John Lira. Mr. Smith, come on down. I'm going to ask John Lira to be getting ready. Also, Linda Litzinger and Gerald Welty Jr. Commissioner David Stout. I'm not sure if he's still here. He's testified. If he's testified on. Has he testified on Senate Bill 7 already? We'll double check that. And Mary Farrow. Angela Tia Angie Viescas, and Crisia Palomo. So welcome, introduce yourself, and give us your testimony. Say it again.
How about that?
Now it is. You got it. You got our attention.
Just as a housekeeping matter before you start the time, I'm going to talk real fast like I did in debate. I don't like it either, but I'm going to try to fit all this in 2 minutes. Here we go. My name's Derek Smith. I'm here on SB 7, and I am opposed. As you heard Beto talk about Fort Bend counties where I had practiced in the past, Terry v. Adams, white-only primaries, we want to avoid that. Senators, as you know, I just think that your 84011 solicitation of ballot by mails saying that a voting clerk may be attempted to solicit a person complete an application for early voting by mail, whether directly or a third party. Look, y'all are just pissed off that worked. Okay, that's nonsense. If everyone sent an application like the party should, there shouldn't be a problem. Does this mean you can't put a voter registration card out in the county clerk's office? That's absurd. If Republicans did this, this wouldn't be a Republican bill. Nonsense. They're elected and they're spending county money. That's nonsense. Gentleman who said Beto was wrong says we should regulate parties participate. He said he didn't say throw the baby out with the bathwater. He was talking about essentially tweaking parties sending stuff out. In other words, he's endorsing it. So it's kind of a slap in the face from one of your supporters for that. Take that out. It's nonsense. So I represent folks with mental health issues that many of them have the same issues as vets. Some veterans and some are not. The VA exception violates the Equal Protection Clause and discriminates against the non-vets. Bush v. Gore expanded equal protection. Talk to your attorneys. This proves that this disability discriminates against those who have struggles but are competent enough to vote. Apathy is not one of those problems. Ask any psychologist or psychiatrist. Kill this proof provision before an overwhelming number and an army of medical professionals set you straight. Let's see. Well, I guess that's it. I just basically wanted to stress, stay away from the notion that you've got all these supporters, Republicans. This is a partisan bill, let's face it, that talk about election fraud. You don't want to be the subject, as the governor already has, of late night shows, media, and all sorts of stuff exposing the nonsense in this bill. Don't even let this get to the floor. Zaffarini's been around. She thinks this is going to get to the floor. I don't think it should get to the floor. Zaffarini, feel free to ask me any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Smith, thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witness? Thanks for being here. Chair calls John Lira. John Lira. Chair calls Linda Litzinger. Linda Litzinger. There she is. Saw you earlier. Welcome.
Testimony.
Very good. We'll come get that from you.
Thank you.
On your right.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome. You know how to do this. Introduce
I
yourself
know.
and go ahead.
Thank you, senators and staff, for your stamina today. My name is Linda Litzinger. I'm with Texas Parent to Parent. We're a disability organization serving families across Texas who have children and adults born with disability. And I'm very pleased to be here. Dennis Burrell, Chase Bearden, and Jeff Miller, they said everything that we would like to say, but I'm going to focus on the 18-year-old tonight. The 18-year-old with disability. They're just now applying to SSI. They have nothing back. They don't have physicians. They've been moved on to find adult ones, especially if they have private insurance. So now we're talking about what do they have? Well, we need an amendment to say a photo of their permanent disability plate or their hang tag or their case with Texas Workforce Commission, who's come into the high school and helped them figure out college or work. And Senator Z has done all the nice updates to the transition plans in her bills. Or the IEP. I mean, let's get real, please. I mean, we're asking 18-year-olds who are excited. I've been a VDR for many years, and I've helped my scout troop and the youth at our church all get signed up at age 18, and I know their excitement. And yet, these 18-year-olds, when they find out that they have to jump through these hoops that aren't going to work for them very well, that's kind of a big problem. And why are they doing that? Well, our ramped van, we can't get the ramp out where we vote because the stripes are too narrow. And if we go during a hot month to vote, then me, the driver, can't leave her locked in the van while I go in and vote. And yet we don't have language yet for the husband or wife or parent who's driving the van to be allowed to vote curbside as well. So that would be my other recommendation. I also want to talk about, it's gotten around at my church that we have a ramped van, and ministers text or email me when they need me to give somebody a ride to the polls. And so what if I get 3 or 4 calls from my Methodist church to come? Am I going to be in trouble for making 3 different trips? So those are my questions. And also, I think it's being a little prescriptive about signatures. My daughter has a master's, but her signature is different every time she signs because of her cerebral palsy. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Do y'all have any questions? May we work with you on an amendment?
Senators, any questions for Ms. Litzinger? Senator Zaffirini.
Won't turn on. We certainly will work with you, and you heard me talk about the group of people already working with Chairman Hughes, and I'm sure with other authors of other bills.
We text each other regularly, so I know how to reach them. Yeah.
And I think that's a great opportunity.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Litzinger. The chair calls Gerald Welty Jr. Mr. Welty, welcome back.
Thank you, Chair Hughes.
Go ahead and give us your name and who you represent again, even though we know, get it in the record just right.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Chair Hughes, Vice Chair Birdwell, members. My name is Gerald Welty. I represent Convention of States and myself. I'm testifying for the bill. I am asking for your support. I felt I owed my God, my family, and my country. I volunteered for the Vietnam War. There was a time when theft, fraud, cheating were looked down on. We had morality in this country. You could trust people. Of course, there was always an evil element, but it was minimum because we had morality. We had God. I'm afraid we've lost some of that, in fact, too much. We just went through one of the greatest election frauds this country has ever seen. Due to COVID, other statements I've heard up here about things that happened 60 years ago, 20 years ago, I'm looking at things that are happening now, where our people are throwing out generalities and saying they're facts. And the fact is, our young people are being indoctrinated in Marxism, socialism, things that are portrayed as this is the great savings for this country. Wrong. They're being dumbed down in the schools. Our government agencies have put out directives to retrain our children. Again, we're back to the morality issue. We can't tell the truth. I don't have much more to say except, please bring back our election integrity, pass this bill. Thank you for your time. And I want to say, God bless all of you and your families.
Mr. Welty, thank you for your testimony and for. Senator Campbell wants to have a question for you. Senator Campbell?
Really, thank you for the
Mr. Welty, go back to the microphone. She wants to ask you some
I just
questions.
want,
Please.
well, I really just wanted to say thank you for your service in Vietnam. I know Monday we recognized the veterans that had a tour of duty through Vietnam, and we thank you and welcome home.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you, Mr.
Senators,
Chairman.
thank you, Senator Campbell. Amen to that. Anything else from Mr. Welty? Thank you very much for being here and all you've done is staying up with us.
Thank you.
The chair calls Mary Farrow. Is Miss Farrow here? There she is. Welcome. Introduce yourself and tell us who you represent, if anyone, and give us your testimony. Thanks for staying up with us.
Thank you, Chairman and members. My name is Mary Farrow. I am here representing myself. It has been almost a decade or so since I worked in the Travis County Elections Office, but when I was there for about 10 years, I did serve as Public Information Manager and oversaw the ballot by mail program for a time. I am here to testify. I registered in favor of Senate Bill 1018, but also I'm opposing Senate Bill 7 because of the previously discussed disproportionate burdens on some of the minority populations. I am concerned about the prohibiting of distribution of ballot by mail applications. In elections, typically many people do not focus on elections until about deadline time. About a month before elections is when people start really focusing on elections, some people. I'm concerned about limiting that distribution of the ballot by mail applications. Concerned about the one-size-fits-all equipment at the polling places. I think that will probably cause some counties to spend more money finding more places if they can't have the mega sites. My greatest concerns, however, relate to poll watchers, not only the intimidation, but I'm concerned about chaos that could take place in polling places because current law allows poll watchers to be appointed by political parties, candidates, write-in candidates, and PACs representing ballot propositions. In Travis County alone, in November 2020 election, by my count, there were 272 candidates and 60 ballot propositions administered by the Travis County Clerk's Office. That would have provided the opportunity, now not that probably it would happen, but the opportunity for the appointment of 332 poll watchers. Now, given the excitement about these ballot or the election integrity initiatives that are going on, I can see more poll watchers being organized and appointed. And so the possibility of dozens of poll watchers at polling places, ballot board, and central count, I think could cause chaos in polling places. It could also, it could be very disruptive. It could threaten ballot security and impede ballot counting. So I appreciate that. Finally, the last point I will make is that creating an offense for failure to accept a poll watcher makes no distinction for persons who, as has been noted by previous election workers, who act in a disruptive manner or otherwise engage in inappropriate behavior, which is contraindicated by existing authorities provided to election judges. So for these and other reasons, I urge the committee to consider these potential negative effects as you deliberate this bill.
Ms. Farrow, thank you for your testimony, and I want to make sure we have the records correct. I had here against Senate Bill 7, of which you testified. Did you say you were for Senate Bill 1018?
Yes, sir. I did register
there you go.
That way.
We want to make sure we have the registration correct. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Senators, any questions for Ms. Farrow? Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
The chair calls Angela Angie Viescas. Angela Angie Viescas. The chair calls Crisia Palomo. Crisia Palomo. Because people have been in and out, and it's been a while, we're going to go through the names of folks who've registered who we did not hear from to make sure we haven't overlooked anyone. Thank you all for your patience, and we'll be ready in just a moment to do this. While we do that, I'll ask, is there anyone wishing to testify on, for, or against any of the bills we've been discussing. That will be Committee Substitute Senate Bill 7, Senate Bill 331, Senate Bill 598, Senate Bill 1018, Senate Bill 1112, Senate Bill 1113, Senate Bill 1114, Senate Bill 1116, Senate Bill 1234, Senate Bill 1235, Senate Bill 1340, Senate Bill 1387. Anyone present wishing to testify on, for, or against any of those bills? Yes, sir. Come on down and we'll see if we can figure out your information and get you in, see if you registered.
Yes, sir. I registered on, but didn't register for oral testimony. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to.
Okay. What's your name, sir?
My name is Parth Gupta.
Spell that for us.
Parth, and then last name Gupta.
It's just like it sounds. I apologize. You had your mask on. I got you now.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Mr. Gupta. So you registered in the system as on, but not offering testimony?
I registered against, but not to offer testimony. But if the opportunity is available, I'd like to do that.
Yes, sir. Hold on. Let me make sure we got you in here.
Absolutely.
Mr.
And it's against for Senate Bill 7.
Very good. So it's Mr. Gupta. And you spell your first name one more time?
Yeah, absolutely. Parth.
Okay. If you don't mind, before you leave, let's make sure we have you in here.
Sure.
And welcome. And introduce yourself again. We'll do it all at once and give us your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Parth Gupta. I am here to testify against Senate Bill 7. First, I want to thank all of you for staying so late. I imagine I might disagree with some of you on this issue, but I can't express my appreciation enough for your endurance today. I am no specialist on elections. I'm just a student over at UT Austin. I don't have any special titles or affiliations that would make me more qualified than anybody else to speak. So I was actually kind of hesitant about whether or not I should. But as I listened more and more to these hearings, I realized that there really is one title that I think qualifies me and everyone else to speak here today, and that's the fact that I'm an American and I'm a Texan. And that title is incredibly powerful. It gives us the opportunity to build a better lives for ourselves and our family, and it gives us the power to question and hold accountable the most powerful in our society. It's incredibly powerful. And there is no more fundamental way for us to express this power than when we vote. You know, when we vote, we are equal with every other member of society. It doesn't matter how much money you have, doesn't matter what background you come from, whether you have a title or any position of political power. When you vote, you are equal to every other American citizen. It's a remarkable thing that democracy does, and it's incredibly sacred and precious. And so I was thrilled in 2020 when I saw that we had record turnout here in Texas. To be clear, most of the candidates I supported lost. I wasn't thrilled about that. But I was thrilled to see that all of our fellow Texans, or more Texans than before, had decided to jump into the process, had decided to use their power. And so I am a bit disappointed to see Senate Bill 7 and the other, so-called election security bills that are being considered right now. Again, I think it's important to state for the record, the Federal Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency and their respective government coordinating councils has declared that this election was the most secure in American history. Claims of voter fraud, either investigated by think tank organizations like the Heritage Foundation, the Attorney General's Office, or any other widespread claims of voter fraud, have been widely debunked. And yet this bill creates not just, is trying to address an imaginary problem, it creates very real ones. Access for folks with disabilities, increasing the likelihood of voter intimidation, and likely disproportionately affecting communities of color. Senators, when we make these unnecessary burdens to voting, we take away what is so precious about voting, and that is the equality it gives all of us, especially when we bar certain communities from voting a little bit more. So I'd really urge you to consider that as you move forward in your consideration of this bill. Again, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I might take any questions.
Mr. Goodman, thank you for your testimony. So well said, and I enjoyed that, and I'm glad you testified. Anybody got questions for Mr. Gupta? Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Okay, the following, that's right, me too. Following folks had registered to testify, but were not here when we called the name just to make sure. So we're going to call one more time Elizabeth Gallagher, Angela Tia Angie Viescas, Dylan Aguilera, John Lira, Kathy Jaster, Artie Bott, Prerna Bott, Joanne Gill, Claudia Yanez, Jonah Gleason, Alex Swirsky, Laura Presley, Jessica Mejia, Robert L. Green, Sam Brannan, Lisa Nilsson, Lynn Foster, Laura Nodolf, Marcia Strickler, Mark Stevens, Michael Coleman, Christina Adkins, Rebecca Hibbs, Rafael Alcocer, Rocio Fierro Perez, Bill Thorson, Christy Callahan, Remington Johnson, Stacy Matson. Oh, okay, come on down if I called your name, please. And while she's coming, I'm going to go through the rest of the names. Stacy Matson, Chrisia Palomo, Christopher De La Torre, Jonathan Parker, Lynn Foster, Amber Williams, Darcy Wilbanks, Vanessa McAfee, Leah Nolan, Ishrat Kundawala, Frank Holman, William Pumphrey, Victoria Crawford. So if I called your name, registered to testify, we had called you previously, didn't hear from you, want to make sure. So hello, tell me your name, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rocio Fierro Perez, and I'm a proud fronteriza and El Pasoan.
Welcome.
Here today, thank you. I'm here today representing the Texas Freedom Network and myself in strong opposition to SB 7. Voting is fundamental to our democracy and should be free, fair, and accessible for all eligible voters. SB 7 is an outrageous attack on our democracy and the right of Texans to have their voices heard in our elections. I ask that as committee members, you vote against this bill and consider the consequences voter suppression has on marginalized communities like mine. Voting is the main mechanism in place for change in this country. At a time where the country is screaming out for systemic change, state and local governments need to listen and be a helping hand for the constituents they represent. Because like my colleague Denise said, those seats you're currently sitting on do not belong to you. They belong to the people, and the people are paying attention. We're here, and we have been waiting all day to talk to you. I want to talk to you a little bit about my dad. Over 30 years ago, my dad was involved in a terrible accident that labeled him permanently disabled by his doctors. Due to the accident, my now 73-year-old dad struggles to do things like putting his shoes on or walking for short periods of time. I'm grateful that my county made the ethical decision to mail out vote-by-mail applications to people like my dad due to COVID-19. He should never have to choose between his safety and his right to vote. No one should. Wouldn't you agree? I came all the way from El Paso, 571 miles away, took 2 planes and an Uber in the middle of a pandemic just to be able to talk to you today. In fact, I was supposed to be back home already, but had to reschedule my flight for tomorrow. So I'm asking you to please listen to me and to everyone testifying here today in opposition of SB 7. We are your constituents, and we represent the voices of people across the state. You should be making voting more accessible for all Tejanos. Instead, this bill would create more barriers for people with disabilities like my dad. We're still in the middle of a pandemic that has killed thousands of your constituents, and yet we're all here today to talk about issues that do not exist. I know it, and you know it. SB 7 betrays our democratic values and our belief in free and fair elections. So I'm asking you, please do the right thing and vote against SB 7. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Fierro Perez. Senators, any questions for the witness? Thank you for being here. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against any of the bills that I read just a moment ago? The election bills on the agenda for tonight. Hearing none, public testimony is closed on Senate Bill 7, Senate Bill 331, Senate Bill 598, Senate Bill 1018, Senate Bill 1112, Senate Bill 1113, Senate Bill 1114, Senate Bill 1116, Senate Bill 1234, Senate Bill 1235, Senate Bill 1340, and Senate Bill 1387. And I thank the witnesses who testified and those who are still here as well, and everyone who participated today. This process is ongoing as these bills move forward. The ones that make it to the floor, there'll be more debate there, more discussion, and then over to the House, again, as the bills make it that far. So this is a process, and thank everyone for being involved. And because so many of the members of the committee are here and have changed plans to be here, we have my goodness, more than a quorum. Almost everyone is here, and so we're going to move forward for those bills that have support. And so I'm going to yield the gavel to the vice chair and ask him to recognize me, or ask him to make some motions and actually recognize me.
Chair brings up the committee substitute Senate Bill 7. Members, Senator Hughes moves the committee substitute Senate Bill 7 be reported favorably to the whole Senate. Clerk, please call the roll.
Campbell? Yes. Hall? Yes. Lucio? Nelson? Yes. Powell? No. Schwartner? Zaffarini?
No.
Birdwell?
Aye.
Hughes?
Yes.
There being 5 ayes and 2 nays against, the committee substitute Senate Bill 7 will be reported favorably to the whole Senate. Chair brings up Senate Bill 1234. Senator Hughes moves SB 1234 be reported favorably to the whole Senate. Clerk, please call the roll.
Campbell?
Aye.
Hall? Lucio? Nelson? Powell? Schwartner? Zaffarini?
So this is 1234, so we still have that unfunded mandate concern of yours, but it's the paper ballot bill you generally like. We haven't fixed it yet because we couldn't agree on the language, so we'll deal with that on the floor. But whatever you need to do is fine. Oh, yes, ma'am, of course.
Birdwell?
Aye.
Hughes?
Aye.
Okay, what was it? Okay. There being 7 ayes and no nays, the bill, Senate Bill 1234 will be reported favorably to the whole Senate. Mr. President, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn the gavel back to you if I may.
Okay. The chair brings back up Senate Bill 4 by Senator Buckingham. Senator Birdwell moves that Senate Bill 4 be reported favorably to the full Senate with a recommendation that it do pass, be printed. Will the clerk call the roll on Senate Bill 4?
Campbell?
Aye.
Hall? Lucio? Nelson? Powell? Schwartner? Zaffarini? Birdwell? Hughes?
Aye. There being 7 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 4 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. That's probably not a local and uncontested bill, or probably.
Mr. Chairman, would you entertain a motion to send the bill to local and uncontested?
Senator, I certainly would, and if Senator Buckingham wants to have a conversation, she could always pull it off. It sounds,
Okay.
that's fine with me.
Let's do that, because that way, if she needs to reverse what I've motioned, she still has the opportunity to do that. So I'd make that motion and ask the unanimous consent.
Senator Birdwell moves that the bill be certified for and placed on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there any objection? Hearing none, it's so ordered. The chair brings back up the committee substitute to Senate Bill 29. Senator Birdwell moves that the committee substitute be adopted. Is there objection? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Senator Birdwell moves that committee substitute Senate Bill 29 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Campbell? Hall? Lucio? Nelson? Powell? Schwartner? Zaffarini?
No.
Birdwell? Hughes?
Aye. There being 5 ayes and 2 nays, committee substitute Senate Bill 29 is reported favorably to the full Senate. Chair brings back up Senate Bill 331. Senator Zaffarini moves that Senate Bill 331 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Campbell? Hall?
Senator Hall on 331. Hey, Drew. We'll come back. We'll come back, Senator Hall.
Lucio? Nelson? Powell? Shortner? Zaffarini?
Aye.
Birdwell? Hughes?
Aye. And Senator Hall on 331, on Senate Bill 331, Senator Johnson's on the interpreters. Are you? No problem, Senator Hall. You're an aye. Very good. That sounds like we have a unanimous vote.
Mr. Chairman.
7 ayes and no nays. Senator Birdwell.
Move that the bill be referred to the local and uncontested calendar by unanimous consent.
Members, you've heard the motion to certify and set the bill on local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Chair hears none. It's so ordered. Chair brings back up the committee substitute Senate Bill 1018. Senator Zaffarini moves that committee substitute Senate Bill 1018 be reported favorably to the full. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. That's right. Thank you. It's good to have sharp people around. We're going to back up, and Senator Zaffarini moves that we adopt the committee substitute Senate Bill 1018. Is there objection? Hearing none, the substitute is adopted. Senator Zaffarini now moves that the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1018 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass, be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Campbell? Aye. Hall? Aye. Lucio? Nelson? Aye. Powell? Aye. Shortner? Zaffarini? Birdwell? Aye. Hughes?
Aye. There being 7 ayes and no nays, committee substitute Senate Bill 1018 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Senator Zaffarini moves that committee substitute Senate Bill 1018 be recommended and placed on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Seeing none, it's so ordered. Chair brings back up Senate Bill, committee substitute Senate Bill 1112. And Senator Birdwell moves that the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1112 be adopted. Is there objection? Committee substitute's adopted. Senator Birdwell moves that the committee substitute Senate Bill 1112 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass, be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Campbell? Aye. Hall? Aye. Lucio? Nelson? Aye. Powell? No. Shortner? Zaffarini? Birdwell? Aye. Hughes?
Aye. There being 5 ayes and 2 nays, the committee substitute Senate Bill 1112 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Chair brings back up Senate Bill 1113. Senator Hall moves that Senate Bill 1113 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Campbell? Hall? Aye. Lucio? Nelson? Aye. Powell? No. Shortner? Zaffarini? Birdwell? Aye. Hughes?
Aye. There being 5 ayes and 2 nays, Senate Bill 1113 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Chair brings back up the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1114. Senator Campbell moves that the committee substitute Senate Bill 1114 be adopted. Is there objection? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Senator Campbell moves that the committee substitute Senate Bill 1114 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Campbell? Aye. Hall? Lucio, Nelson, Powell, Schwartner, Zaffarini, Birdwell, Hughes.
Yes. There being 5 ayes and 2 nays, the committee substitute Senate Bill 1114 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. The chair brings back up Senate Bill 1116. Senator Birdwell moves that Senate Bill 1116 be reported favorably to the full Senate. Will the clerk call the roll?
Campbell, Hall, Lucio, Nelson, Powell, Schwartner, Zaffarini, Birdwell, Hughes.
Aye. There being 7 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 1116 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Senator Campbell moves that Senate Bill 1116 be recommended and placed on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Seeing none, it is so ordered. Again, we thank the witnesses who stayed around to testify, and we know there was a lot of challenges with the with the changing schedule this time. We thank all those who worked hard to have the room ready for us and to keep it open, and for those providing security and keeping the Capitol running. We're so thankful for the staff of the Senate Committee on State Affairs and for the staffs of each member, and to the members, I thank you. If there's no other business to come before the committee, the Senate Committee on State Affairs stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. Good night.